And good evening, ladies and gents. Good day, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to this stream in which I'm going to be in conversation with well-known Netherlands nationalist Faust. But before we start, I'm going to play us a tune and I'll get rid of the echo. I will get rid of the echo. There we go. Yeah, so I'm going to play us a tune, and it's going to be a Dutch one because we've got Faust on. So here we go.
Yeah. I recommended this one. Yeah.
He did.
Niet aan het tijd of vrijheid in besteden. Ziet hoe hij slaat, vraagt een draad met geweld. Om onze goed en ons dood en onze steden. Voor de Spaanse trommel ons slaan. Voor Marokkaans trompetten. Ziet hoe komt hij trekken aan. Met de bezetten. En God zon houdt u vroom. De Spaanse schalen. Laat ons boom en zijn stroom. Vrouwelijk opbewaren. Bloedige zwaan, blonk en het klonk dat de volken daaruit stoven. Leving, omgeving en aard, wonder gedonder, nu wonder was nu boven. Door ons eigen net geschud, dat men makkelijk schoten. Nee, die Spanjaard in zijn bloed versmolten. En God zon houdt de kroon, de Spaanse schade. Ik was vol en zijn stroom, trouwelijk toen bewaren. Die van Oranje kwam Spanje aan boord, om uit het veld als een held geweld te weren. Maar als zo'n raas die door naad heeft gehoord, trekt hij ons heen op de been met al zijn dieren. Cortua kruisvoering is voort, zal daar niet te winnen. Nog weer Ascoli gesproord, dat was niet te spinnen. En God zon houdt zich kroon, de Spaanse schade. Geef ons vol en zijn stroom, vrouwelijk doen bewaren.
Yes, all right.
Well, that was a pretty nice tune, actually, I must say. I've not really listened to that one before.
Well, how would you know many Dutch nationalist songs? We don't do anything in English, so you probably wouldn't recognize it. Now, this version was sung by an old friend of mine, and if he ever catches this, I'll say hi to him. I haven't spoken to him in a long time, but this rendition was done by him, so cheers to him.
Yeah, that was actually a nice tune. I thought that was quite good. That would have been about when the people of Holland were fighting against the occupying Spanish, yeah?
Yeah, this was the 80 Years' War, and this song specifically is about the siege of Bergen. Berg op Zoom, which would be around 1620-ish or so, moving towards the end of the war. But it's this song. If you play this song to a Dutch nationalist, he will say, "Oh, this is so cliche," because this is the most played song from the Dutch nationalist movement. But since it's an international audience and they don't know the song, it might be interesting to introduce it. We have some other songs. We've got quite a lot of songs. Like you managed to play military songs every time. We've got our own songs. They're just not as well known.
Cool. Well, you might find that one, I think, going up on Patriarch Archive, who's a guy whose channel I am subscribed to and who often follows my streams.
Yeah, he comments on
he-
stuff of mine sometimes.
Yeah, and he puts up quite a lot of stuff that's not British or American or anything like that. So you might well find that one going on there. He's got lots of stuff from Germany. He's got stuff from France. He's got stuff from, let me think, quite a lot of like Eastern European nations and stuff like that. So yeah, you might well find that one going up on there.
There's a few ones which are ones everyone will know, Dutch ones. Like there's a Dutch version of Erika. There's a South African version of Erika even.
Yep.
And there's a Dutch version of 100 Mannen ein Befehl. So we've got, Dutch is just basically a dialect of German. So we've got a lot of crossover there. There's even a version of the Landsknechtlied in Dutch. So, yeah.
Really? Okay. I didn't know that. Well, look, one of the things we're going to talk about on the stream, because I've never seen anyone do it, so I thought it might be interesting, is, as people may know, I lived in South Africa for like 15 years, from the mid-80s until the turn of the century. And I have never really seen certainly a right-of-centre Dutchman talk about what he thinks about what's going on in South Africa. I mean, particularly perhaps
you mean today?
Today and over the past 30 years, what's your general opinion on that stuff, Faust?
Well, I was on the Zuidlanders podcast about a month or 2 months ago or so to talk a little bit about this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Now, what is happening today? I mean, I don't think you can give that many original takes because everyone knows sort of what's happening over there. The infrastructure is decaying. The fact that the blacks have taken over the politics has been ruinous. Whites are being persecuted. I mean, everyone knows these facts, right? It's not a hard thing to find out. It's not a hard thing to look up. I mean, there's quotas. Like I'm sort of in a business that's related to electrical wiring and infrastructure and power. And I talk to people who moved here from South Africa, and they just tell me they've got quotas where they've got like a company has 500 blacks and 20 whites, and the 20 whites are the ones doing all the work.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a country falling apart, and I don't think whites have a future much over there. I have worked with people who from like Oranje and Kleinfontein who tried to keep a foothold over there for whites in South Africa. And I support that, but on the whole, I don't think there is a future for white people in South Africa. 50 million blacks and 6 million whites and coloreds cannot stand. That's not going to work. And especially, but the main thing is, it could work. Like 100 years ago, there were some more whites, and the disproportion wasn't so bad, but whites were still a minority. But the culture was different, mainly because American anti-white culture is so global now that South African blacks can do whatever they want. They can decapitate people, they can disprivilege people, they can take their territory away, their farms away, and oh well, it's all anti-racist or something, right? So
yeah, the mainstream media will either deny it or just say, "Well, it doesn't matter."
Or it's good that whites are losing their privilege.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, I agree totally.
Yeah, so as long as this American anti-white cultural hegemony exists, it will be impossible for Boeren and Afrikaner to survive in Africa, I think. And a guy called Conscious Caracal
Yes, he's very
I
good. I
think
like
Van
him.
Zyl. His real name is Van Zyl.
Yeah.
And he did a stream about this, about Boer not being able to survive the American Culture War.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. The American Culture War affects everyone everywhere. And
Is
these
that the
stupid
stream he did
Americans
with
underestimate that.
Faust? Is that the stream that Conscious Caracal, Ernst Van Zyl, is that the stream he did with the lady from the Cape Province?
Yes, I think so, yes.
Yeah, that was actually a good stream. I put that up on my Minds channel because even if you're not interested in South Africa, it gave you a lot of information on critical theory and all this bullshit, which is what we're talking about.
Yeah, for us Dutch, South Africa is always of interest because it is, racially speaking, our most closely related ex-colony, of course.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
we do not care about Indonesia, and Suriname has always been a burden, and we still technically have the Antilles,
Mm-hmm.
but we don't really want them, but they don't want to go away. So yeah, but none of these are racially connected to us in any way, or culturally, or anything really. They've got no connection to us except that we pay them money, or a historical connection. But South Africa, they speak Dutch, and they are Protestant, and they are Reformed, and they are very close to us in many ways. And if you have, like, I've got many people over here I know who are Boeren, who moved from South Africa because to get away from all the trouble, and
Yeah.
they are basically my people. I can talk to them perfectly well, and I understand these people, and their culture is very close, but they are slightly different in some ways. I think
Obviously, yeah.
Mahor Ban expressed it as Africa seeping into them, because they are very attached to the open countryside and the wilds. And the Netherlands, of course, these days is just one big mega city.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely. I remember speaking to a Dutch chap, an actually chap from the Netherlands, in South Africa in the late 1980s. And I was asking him what he thought about Afrikaans as a language and all this kind of stuff. And he said, yeah, it's perfectly understandable. He said it's kind of a bit simplified compared to modern Dutch, but it's very, he had no problem making himself understood or understanding what people were saying to him.
It also depends on what region from the Netherlands you're from. I'm from Holland, so for me, everyone sounds like a primitive outside of Holland. But for a Brabander or a Limburger, Afrikaans sounds probably a lot closer to their own monkey language.
Okay, well, before we get more into the South African stuff, I'm going to have to ask you this as an Anglo.
Yeah.
Like, the Netherlands is often referred to as Holland. What is the actual difference between Holland, as you just expressed it, and the Netherlands?
Right. Do you want me to go very much into detail on this, or?
Well, I don't mind. Whatever you need to do to explain it to Anglos and other people who are watching.
Okay, so originally Holland is the county of Holland. Back when we were part of the Holy Roman Empire in the 12th century or so, you had the Duchy of Gelders, the County of Flanders, the County of Holland, the Heerlijkheden, which I don't know if there is an English translation to, of Friesland, the Bishopric of Utrecht, and you had the Duchy of Luxembourg, and then the County of Wallonia. So we were all a bunch of nobility estates under the Holy Roman Emperor, with sort of a connected culture language. There's a big discussion how far this all reached in terms of linguistics and culture and so on. Some say it was all of Niederlotharingia, which would be pretty much all of northern France as well. And some say it was just smaller. But we were united under the Burgundians in the 13th and 14th century, which were your allies in the English-French wars in the 100 Years' War. Yeah. And they conquered most of what is now, they started somewhere around northern France and middle France, and they conquered most of what is now Flanders, Netherlands, and Frisia. And they sort of united all the disparate Dutch-speaking regions into one state entity. And from there, the several counties, duchies, provinces, and so on were united. Um, and then we were one Kreis in the Holy Roman Empire, because Holy Roman Empire had the Westphalian Kreis, the Bavarian Kreis, and so on. And we were the Burgundian Kreis, because Burgundia was, as well as part of France, also part of the Holy Roman Empire.
Yep.
And so when a few centuries later, all of this was inherited by Charles V, and Charles V had the Netherlands and Austria and Spain and parts of Italy. There was a big war. There were a series of wars, and eventually we had the 80 Years' War, and we tried to become independent. And in this independence, we originally wanted all of the Dutch-speaking provinces to become independent. This only partially succeeded. So Belgium and the Netherlands, which are both culturally Dutch, both Dutch-speaking majoritarily, were separated. And in this context, Holland is the inheritor of the County of Holland, which are the coastal provinces towards the North Sea. And in the northern Netherlands, there are 7 provinces, which are Frisia, Holland, South Holland, Utrecht, Gelderland, Drenthe, a couple more. And then in Belgium, there are 5 more provinces. We were originally called the 12 provinces. Mm-hmm. And yeah, Belgium should not exist. We need to be one country again. There's no such thing as Belgium. Wallonians are silly people who speak French without needing to speak French, because they're ethnically speaking Dutch. And all of this has many historical reasons. But what it comes down to is the modern Holland is just the 2 big coastal provinces towards the North Sea, where Amsterdam is, and Rotterdam is, and Leiden, and many of the big cities. And the reason many people internationally call it Holland is because the sailors who used to travel across the world used to come from Holland. So they'd say, "Where do you come from?" They'd say Holland. And Holland was the richest province, and they'd pay for everything. So that's pretty much why.
Okay, that's interesting. I think God's Own Prototype makes a good point in the chat. He said it's a bit like many non-Brits, or many non-Commonwealth people anyway, call Britain England.
Yeah, to me, you're all English, except I know the difference. But in Dutch, we just say English for all of the islands, yeah.
Yeah, and so I think that's probably the same way that people in England tend to say Holland rather than the Netherlands. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And I've certainly seen some epic rows in chats between people from Belgium and Holland. So,
there is no Belgium.
Yeah,
even you will never meet a Belgian nationalist. There's no such thing, because there are Flemish nationalists, and there are Wallonian nationalists, and there are Brussels separatists, but there's no such thing as a Belgian nationalist.
Really? Is there not?
No, absolutely not. No. You might find a few politicians who are in favor of keeping Belgium together, and the king of Belgium, but that's about it. The Flemish nationalists hate being called Belgians. The Wallonians hate being called Belgians. So there's no one really siding with Belgium on that equation.
I mean, the only thing I know really is that Belgium was created partly by the Brits, because
partly. What do you mean partly? They got Treaty of fucking London, 1839.
They didn't want Belgium to be part of France, basically.
That wasn't even an option if you just backed us. We won that war, god damn it.
Yeah, no, listen, I could actually see like a larger Netherlands would have been more efficient at stopping the French holding it than Belgium was. But yeah, there we go.
Yeah, but imagine us siding with the Germans, right? Because the thing is, the reason
maybe that's what they were worried about.
That is what they were worried about. I mean, our first king, William, Prince of Orange, I'm not a big fan of your avatar over there, the Duke of Wellington, because they fought at Waterloo, both of them. And as you know, the Dutch troops at Waterloo and the Prince of Orange do not have a great reputation in the British media.
No, they
don't. But we were at the front line. We were not a half, but a third of the army or so there. And
To
the
be,
Prince
to
of
be
Orange.
fair, to be fair, Faust, I would say that a lot of the problem with some of the Dutch troops, some of the Netherlands troops in the Waterloo campaign, was that very recently they'd been fighting for the French.
Yeah, but they were
To
veterans.
be fair. Hang on, it's my dog. Carry on, mate. Carry on.
I said, but they were veterans. They were experienced troops, and the Prince of Orange himself had been a general. He commanded at Quatre Bras just a few days before. And you know why he reshaped the entire field of Waterloo just to spite Wellington, right?
Did he really? I know that Wellington was really pissed off at that great big mound that he put up.
Yeah, that's the thing. He did that expressly to piss off Wellington. Because this thing of the British slagging off Dutch efforts and German efforts at Waterloo is not a new thing. This was happening days after the battle.
Well, listen, I tell you what, we're going to have at some stage a historical stream about this stuff, and also maybe the Anglo-Dutch wars, but it's not going to be this stream, okay?
All right, but well, the point is, William I, the Prince of Orange at Waterloo, became William I, the first king of the Netherlands, because before that he had been a republic. And he was very much a Germanophile and on the side of absolute monarchy. And he did not like the English because of the Duke of Wellington, because of Waterloo, because of perceived backstabbing. Waterloo is the key here. Waterloo really is important in animosity and the splitting of the Netherlands and Belgium. Because the first king of the Netherlands was so anti-Anglo, you Anglos decided it was probably better to split us in two. So when that eventuality came up, you sided with the French against us and the Germans, and then you created Belgium, which is a pathetic rump state which should not exist, and it still is there as a sort of reminder to us.
I still know some Belgian guys who I quite like, so I've got to be a little bit careful what I say about this.
There is no such thing as a Belgian.
Well, some of them would disagree.
No, I have never in my life met anyone who was proud to be Belgian. Proud to be Flemish, absolutely.
No,
proud to be Wallonian, sometimes.
Faust, I worked on a boat in the Whitsundays in Australia, sailing boat, and the dive instructor on the boat, I did about 4 trips with this bloke, who I thought was Scottish, until he told me, no, I'm Belgian. And I thought he was a Scot, to be honest, from his language.
But did he just say, I'm Belgian? Was he proud to be Belgian?
Well, yeah. He wasn't ashamed of it.
Nah, of course he wasn't, but did he go on about it?
Did he go on about it? When I got to know him, he used to talk about it sometimes, yeah.
Not of being a proud Belgian. Did he talk about, where was he from, Wallonian or Flanders?
He was from the capital.
Brussels. Oh, right, that makes total sense.
He was
doesn't
from
have an identity then.
Is that kind of in the middle, is it?
It's sort of in the middle. Technically speaking, it's Flanders, but you know, Brussels is where the EU building.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
You go to Brussels right now. The things you will see is very expensive cars filled with bureaucrats, immigrants sleeping under bridges, under carpets, and very dilapidated buildings. Brussels is neither Wallonia nor is it really Flanders. It's an international shit zone. And
he did have, I will say, Faust, he did have a bloke, he had a guy in his family, like his great uncle or something, who had served in the Congo and stuff like that. So
yeah, then he must be Flemish.
He was quite proud of that stuff.
Then he must be Flemish. My guess would be he's a Brussels Flamand.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe I didn't know enough about it, mate. To be honest with you, we and also I wasn't terribly political back then. I'm talking years ago now.
Yeah.
But
at any rate, Brussels is a special case. It's like it's like if you like in a few years, London will probably be like this, right? You'll have most of England being white, most of Wales being white, most of Scotland being white, but Birmingham and London will be these special zones, which can't be considered anything special, anything particular, and that's sort of what Brussels is for us.
I'd kind of like us to take, like when I say us, I mean the British. I'd kind of like us to take London and Birmingham back, to be honest with you. But
Yes,
I
with
mean,
fire
obviously,
and steel, but
no, peacefully, actually, peacefully. We're on
nah,
YouTube,
don't
man.
be a coward.
No, we're on YouTube, man.
Yes,
So peacefully.
yes, of course. With peaceful rhetoric. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely no. I mean, I'm not even rhetoric. I
Yeah, when I say
believe
fire and steel, of course I meant rhetoric.
in Minecraft,
Fiery rhetoric and steely arguments.
Yeah, in Minecraft, yes,
Yes.
exactly. That sort of thing. Yeah, no, exactly. There, I'll agree with you totally. Okay, let's get back to our original
South Africa, yeah.
topic. Yeah. Now, you can probably do this better than most of us. Talk about the founding, if you want to. If you don't, we'll move on.
Okay.
The founding of Cape Town and this kind of stuff by the Dutch East India Company and this kind of thing.
So it was founded by Van Riebeeck, who was a captain in service of the VOC, the Dutch East India Company, and it was basically founded as a layover station to travel to the east. We didn't have Indonesia as a big colony at first. So for people who don't know, throughout the 19th, most of the 18th century, Indonesia was our biggest colony. We had Ceylon as well, which is now Sri Lanka, and a few other places. But on the whole, Indonesia was our biggest colony for most of the last 2 or 2.5 centuries or so. And at any rate, even before that, South Africa was an important place for layover station for trading spices and anything else with the East. And we, of course, know that most of the discovery of the modern world was motivated for finding more spices, as the Portuguese and Spanish had been doing. So
spices,
that's how it
started. Gold, anything else that was really valuable?
Well, mostly spices at first. And later on, it became slaves and gold and everything we could find, yeah. One thing to note is that when we colonized the Cape, when Van Riebeeck started his colony, there was no one living there.
Yeah.
A few hundred kilometers to the north, there were the, we call them bosjesmensen, but you would probably know them as, what's their name?
Bushman and Khoisan and all this.
Yeah, Khoisan, yeah. And only by the time of the Slag van Bloedrivier did the Congolese come to the south, because one thing people don't know is the Congolese, these Congoids, they come from the same river basin, the Congo basin, and they essentially committed genocide all across Western Africa down to the south. Yes, and this took about 1,000 years. But one of the things, for example, they used to do is they used to hunt the pygmies. So pygmies are a tribe in Africa. They're a very small territory these days, but they used to be quite widespread. And one of the reasons they declined is that the Congolese, the Xhosas, the Zulus, and so on, used to hunt them for food.
For English-speaking viewers, what Faust is calling the Congolese, we would normally call the Bantu, I guess.
Yeah.
And they are basically people who came out of East Africa.
No. West Africa.
Well, actually, all right. They came out of West Central Africa, moved into East Africa, and then went south.
No, that's the thing. They've never been to East Africa, because East Africa is where the Nilotic people live. The Kenyans.
The Kenyans are a mixture of
Kenyans are a mixture, but Somalians and
Somalians and everyone north of that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The guys north of Kenya. Kenya's a mixture.
And it's one thing to note is Somalis, Eritreans, Ethiopians, they hate the Bantu.
Yeah,
right?
They're not mates for sure.
No, because the bush people are more closely related to the Kenyans and Somalis and Ethiopians, and the Bantu exterminated the entire population that was between the South African Cape and Kenya.
Pretty
So
much,
that's
yeah.
quite a large stretch of territory,
Yeah,
right?
pretty much. I don't disagree with any of that.
It's not a matter of
absolutely.
agreement or disagreement. These are historical facts.
Yeah, no, like I said, I'm agreeing with you, man. So yeah, that is pretty much true. And also absolutely true is that when the Dutch people arrived in the Cape, there was no one there. It was pretty much empty. If you went inland a bit, then you eventually came to
a few tribes of bush people,
Bushman people and related types. There was the Khoisan and also what was called locally the Hottentots.
No. Hottentotten is a Dutch name for them.
Yeah, well, that was what they were called by the Dutch. But they were also related to the Khoisan. And the Khoisan actually were all through Natal, for example.
It's important to note these were all more closely related to the Nilotic populations, and the tribes moving in, the Bantus, the Khoisa, the Xhosa and the Zulu. These are Bantu. Mm-hmm. They were moving in and killing these tribes, and they'd been doing that for 1,000 years. And in the modern South African politics, the Bush people are aligned with the whites politically because they're also a minority. So one of the things, for example, if you talk to Ernst van Zyl, you will note pretty quickly that he doesn't talk about whites, he talks about minority interests. To us, that sounds counterintuitive because minority interests here in the West means blacks and Arabs and whatever. But to them, it means everyone non-Bantu.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you listen to Mr. Van Zyl, who I would love to stream with, by the way, I think he's one of the best South African.
He's got 2 good optics to come on over here.
I don't know. I'm not sure that's true at all. Actually,
no. He wouldn't talk to me, for example.
I don't know if he talked to you, but I think he might talk to me. But anyway,
maybe.
But that's based on like long conversations I've had in his comments in the past. But anyway, if you talk to Conscious Karakot, Mr. Van Zyl, he will also say that, the Zulus even these days are fairly allied with a lot of the white people.
Nine.
Yes, he will. Yes,
not the Zulu. Not the Zulu. No.
Yes,
some occasional interest things, yes, but Zulu, no. The Zulu, they are too dominant. They will clash with the Xhosa. And they will.
They will crash with the Xhosa, which is one reason.
And they will side with the whites as opportunistic sort of case.
Well, yes, absolutely.
But they'll drop you. They'll stab you in the back as soon as they can.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, like I had a lot. Listen,
you're romanticized by films like Rourke's Drift and all this.
Faust. I lived there for 15 years. So I'm not romanticized by films. I had quite a lot of Zulu soldiers in my unit, so I'm not romanticized by movies, mate. Trust me. One of my best Afrikaans friends had a Zulu wife.
Have you ever met an Afrikaans who is not racist?
Yes.
Weird.
Many times.
But were they in the Cape or were they in the Veld?
They were in northern Natal, and they were the descendants of Voortrekkers, and they were not particularly racist. No.
Weird. Never met a South African who wasn't racist.
Well, I've met quite a few actually.
But then again, maybe those are the ones who leave first.
No, absolutely not. This guy will never fucking leave. The only way this guy I'm thinking of, who I'm not going to name because someone might know him, this guy will leave when he's got 25 assegais stabbed into him.
Yeah,
he will never leave.
The thing is, the ones, most of the Boeren and Afrikaans I know are, of course, expats, are the ones who moved to the Netherlands. And they are pretty much invariably very racist. because
Well, it
they
depends what
know what it's like.
it depends what you call racist. You see, I think there is a realistic way of treating other people, and then there is this ridiculous nonsense that the left and the social liberals tell us that everyone's a bank slave and we're all exactly the same. See, that second one
Racist, yeah,
is
but
crazy.
what definition? Okay, they recognize inherent differences between people. Does that sound
Yes.
better?
Yes, absolutely right. But I'm on the other hand.
Hello?
Sorry, that's my mind, mate. I've had a Zulu guy save my life once. Absolutely did save my life. I would have been dead but for him.
Yeah, well.
Who was a soldier, of course. But you've got to remember. I think there's more. I think I can see why someone like Conscious Caracol thinks that white guys and Zulus can make some sort of an alliance.
He has to make do with what he has because he's one of those Afrikaans who will never leave.
Yeah, well, he's explained why. It's his nation. Would you ever leave the Netherlands? Would you abandon it? Would you abandon it?
No, but I am not. If I were a colonial, because I think of Afrikaans and Americans and New Zealanders and Australians and everything like these as colonials.
But they're not. You see, this is where you
But they are, and they are disposable, in my opinion.
Faust, this is where you get it wrong, mate. Like I've lived in Australia now for 21 years.
Yeah.
And trust me, an Australian, like a real Australian, this is his place, is his country. He might well feel some sort of loyalty to his Anglo-Celtic roots.
I'd say so.
Yeah, and that's good, and it's fine. But basically, he's an Australian.
I wouldn't say there aren't differences, but they are still the product of Europe, and we can replace them if need be.
Maybe, I don't know, man. Listen. I'm more. I'm an internal Anglo, me, and your thing. I'm an Anglo exceptionalist.
Yeah, that's fine. I would think less of you if you weren't.
But I do think that you have to realize that I think the closest the Netherlands comes to like the old Commonwealth, and the old Commonwealth of Britain was Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and actually back in the day, South Africa.
Yeah, but that's your islander. Like you find the biggest islands and you put more island people on them.
Yeah, but the closest that a guy from the Netherlands can come to that is South Africa, where the people are they actually have this tie to the local land where they were born. You see what I mean?
Yeah,
they're not just colonists. They were born
because
there, they lived there.
Because I think it's actually tragic what happens in South Africa and to our people. Because I do not think we are an island people and a settler people like you who goes around and finds islands to put new people on.
But you were big time seafarers.
We are not in the same way you are. We are coastal seafarers. Yeah, we are traders and facilitators, but we are not explorers so much. And I think we have neglected our duty as the western part of the Holy Roman Empire, because I do see us very much as part of the Germanic race, as part of the German Empire, as the Holy Roman Empire, and I think we put our focus too much outward.
I don't know. Listen, I'm going to disagree with you on this because I think, like the original Dutch people were big time explorers and putting people around in the world. They were merchants, as Sojino quite rightly says in the chat. and you did plant colonies all over the place, and you did your fair share of piracy. And you had things like Van Diemen's Land, which is now Tasmania in
that is Abel Tasman, yeah.
Yeah. All these guys, they were Dutch sailors.
Yeah, but it's nowhere near what you guys were doing. Like what
Well, you just didn't do
We
it for
did
so
do those
long.
things. I will not say that we were not a merchant nation to an extent and a naval nation, but I think that is beyond our purpose, essentially. Or what our purpose really, like, while we were exploring the world, while we were colonizing Indonesia, and we were fighting the Portuguese over parts of Brazil, and we were fighting you over New York, and all these things.
Yep.
Right beneath our border, the French language crept up and up and up. And whereas Dutch was spoken all the way down to Dunkirk and down to Alsace-Lorraine and down to Strasbourg, because Strasbourg is a Dutch name, and Dunkirk, Duinkerke, that's Dutch, and Wallonia, these were all Dutch-speaking regions. Germania, Inferior, they were Germanic peoples, Germanic-speaking peoples. We neglected our duty to defend these, and we left them to the French. We just let the French take over and take over and take over, and we left Belgium in the hands of the Spanish. And we shouldn't have been fighting all these colonial wars over brown people and spices. We should have been fighting to keep our lands the way they are. We should have been fighting another 80 years war against the Spanish if need be.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. I don't totally agree with you. I think you and I have a slightly different perspective. I mean, I think like one of the great things about the Holland and the Dutch was that they were able to create this relatively large empire from quite a small spot in Europe, you know?
Not if we had all our lands, we would not be smaller than the English.
Well, you would be than the British, though.
No, we wouldn't.
Yeah, you would. Well, I
If
guess
you
maybe
included all of Neder-Lotharingia and all of the Dutch-speaking regions, we would be bigger than the British Isles. Well, not Ireland. If you're not including Ireland.
But would you support that, or would you want to become part of Germany?
Not part of Germany. I don't believe Germany is something that should be a state. I believe we should be a confederation like it had always been. Like Bavaria is a state, Prussia is a state, Hamburg is a state, Saxony is a state.
Hanover.
Yeah, Hanover and so on. But we have an emperor who is the overall suzerain, but we also have kings and dukes and counts. And we are united as a brother peoples, but we have occasional separate interests, commercial, military, whatever. But we understand ourselves to be one people and one race and one culture. And I think we should return to sort of that understanding of things. I don't think Germany should be so united, and I don't think us, like Belgium, Netherlands, or Austria or Switzerland, should look at themselves as being so separate.
Okay, I kind of agree with you about that. I mean, like if I had to come up with the basic problem about Europe, it was the unification of Germany.
Yeah, because it challenged your power.
Not really, no, because it didn't need to, and it didn't when Bismarck was in charge. Germany.
Bismarck essentially still wanted the same thing. He was just smarter about it.
No, I don't think he did really. You see, I don't think Bismarck was at all interested in a world empire.
He wasn't, no, but he was interested in challenging the British.
But he wasn't, because the British didn't really much care about Europe so long as they were left alone.
Would you? Okay, so explain to me how you think the British intervention in Crimea, what was that then for?
What, in 1854 during the Crimean War?
Yeah.
That was to stop Russia getting access to the Mediterranean.
Right, so why did you do that?
Because Russia.
You wanted balance of power, that's why.
No. We just didn't want Russian warships in the Mediterranean. Because Britain needed to use the Mediterranean. You have to understand, Faust, and I'm sure you do, because you're a bloody bright bloke, that Britain absolutely depended on seaborne trade. Like most of the world.
The Mediterranean?
Everywhere, all around the world. Most of the world's merchant ships, even in 1914, were British. Like there were more British merchant ships than every other country put together.
Yeah, probably.
So if you're a dickhead, like say Kaiser Wilhelm, and you decide, okay, I'm going to challenge the Royal Navy, two things happen. First of all, the British have to respond. Actually, three things. Secondly, you are going to lose because Britain had far more efficient shipyards than the Germans did. And they did. By 1914, Britain had decisively won the dreadnought race. Like Germany was
this is exactly the issue. It's we, the Dutch, the shipbuilding, the seafaring Germanic nation, were not aligned with our Germanic brothers, and we were fucking about conquering some Islamic island off in Indonesia somewhere.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have made any difference for us because
it would have, though. It would have.
No, it wouldn't,
because there would have been massive finances to support it. There would have been experience.
I don't think it would. I don't think it would have made any difference, mate.
Right. Except that even back then, we had the biggest ports on the continent, the biggest coaling stations, oil refineries. I mean, why do you think that in both world wars, essentially, people either wanted us to be neutral, to be on side of them, because without us, they would basically lose access to European trade?
I don't disagree with any of that, but let me ask you something. How many dreadnoughts did the Dutch Navy ever build?
None. Right, because we didn't have because that's a political
didn't have big
thing.
Enough. You didn't have big enough shipyards.
That's actually a political thing, because we had proposals for them. But
yes, you did. You wanted to build battle cruisers between the wars. I know that.
Yeah, and we didn't do it because we didn't want to piss off either you or the Germans, and we didn't
have pissed off the British. Then you know as well as I do, Faust, that if the Dutch had built the 3 battle cruisers they planned between the wars, the British wouldn't have cared. In fact, they would have been quite happy on the whole.
I don't know about that, because see, a lot of people forget
the Japanese
how Germanophile. See, because let's get back to South Africa. Is the Boer War, right?
Yeah.
And the Boer War really put bad blood between the Dutch and the Anglos, and in that time period, right? Up until 1939, when the Germans invaded us, we would do anything to oppose you. Even if it cost us a lot.
You're the expert on that, and I can't answer it. But I'll tell you one thing. Let's go back pre the Anglo-Boer War. Let's go back to. Actually, let's go back even further than that. Yeah, let's go back quite a long way here. Let's go back to the Jameson raid. You know about the Jameson raid on the South African Republic, yeah?
Yeah, vaguely rings a bell. Yes, is this one of the Boer raids?
Rhodes was involved in it. Dr. Jameson is deputy.
Okay, yeah.
It was a complete fuck up, basically. And the Kaiser sent this telegram to Paul Kruger, the president of the South African Republic.
Yeah.
What everyone calls the Transvaal, but it was actually known as the South African Republic. And he sent this telegram, which basically turned around and says, "We were so happy that you were able to solve this stuff from people who attacked you for no reason without calling on friendly powers." And this is in 1898, when the Royal Navy has, let me think, roughly something like 70 battleships.
Yeah, but 1898 is already
not cruisers.
1898 is already after the First Boer War.
Yeah, that was in 1881, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But absolutely. But I've been in Majuba, mate. But anyway, the Kaiser sends this ridiculous telegram, which immediately turns Germany. Like Germany, in the sense of Prussia and the other German states, which we were talking about earlier, which I agree.
Bavaria, Saxony, Württemberg.
Yeah. Germany was much better for everyone when it was like that. But this telegram, the Kruger telegram, as it's known in the UK, immediately turned Germany from a traditional British ally into a great enemy.
Germany was never a British ally, though.
Yes, it was all the way
No.
through, most of the way through the 19th and all the way through the 18th
The
century.
only
Germany was an
alliance
ally.
between, for example, Austria and Prussia had been at war with Britain a few times. The main reason there was a sort of ceasefire in the 19th century, actually, there was two reasons. One was the big monarchies of Europe did not want another war because of the Napoleonic Wars. The republicanism was a big enough issue, and they had civil wars to deal with and rebellions at home. And another was they didn't need to fight each other for territory because they had Africa and South America, and to an extent, the Orient to colonize right now.
Faust, who did German states soldiers mostly fight for in the 18th century?
Just about everyone, man.
Yeah, but mostly who did they fight for?
Actually, Russia, probably.
They mostly fought for the British, man.
No, mate. There were German mercenaries in Turkey. There were German mercenaries fighting with the Cossacks in Siberia. German mercenaries in Sweden. I mean, Germans have had a big history of being a martial people.
I'm not saying that there weren't German mercenaries all over the place, but the main people they fought for was actually the Brits. You've heard of Hessians.
Actually, I don't think so.
You've heard of Hessians, have you?
Yeah, but those are aber that's Hesse. Hesse-Kassel is a fucking tiny state in a part of Germany, and you had like 7,000 men or so in the American Civil War, and a few occasions. Look, you had during the Napoleonic War, you had the King's German own rifles, you had the Hanoverian.
King's German Legion. German Legion.
And you had the Hanoverian troops as a support force, but this did not amount to more than 20,000 troops. At Leipzig, at the Battle of the Nations, there were 350,000 Allied troops. Most of them were Germans. They were not in British service.
But they were on the side of Britain.
Yeah, in that case they were. But there were also, like, throughout the 19th century, there were German mercenaries fighting in...
Who provided the German states with most of their muskets in the Napoleonic Wars?
Oh, most of it was made at home, but yeah, sure, they purchased them from Britain as well, yes.
Yeah, who designed the Prussian cavalry saber in the Napoleonic Wars?
Which type?
The Prussian cavalry saber. There's only one.
There are many types.
Well, it's the Blucher type saber. Okay, the Blucher type.
Okay.
Saber.
Yeah, probably you did. Yeah.
Yeah. Who was Frederick the Great mostly aligned with?
The French, unfortunately.
I beg your pardon?
He aligned with the French a little too much.
The Frederick the Great?
Yes. He was a champagne and coffee drinking faggot.
Well, no, okay, no, hang on. Who was he militarily allied with, I should say? I beg your pardon.
Anyone who was opposed to Austria most of the time.
So he was allied with Britain quite a lot, wasn't he?
Yeah, but also he would side with anyone.
Like almost constantly, in fact, he was allied with Britain.
No, because he broke during the 7 Years' War and the Spanish Succession. He broke alliances whenever it was convenient to him.
But he was always almost allied with Britain, wasn't
he? Well, what was he going to do? Ride a horse over to fight you?
Well, he was allied with us. He wasn't.
Yeah, but he didn't exactly have any means to oppose you even if he wanted to. So of course
did he want to though? I mean, if you got
probably not, because as I said, he was a Frenchified faggot.
Well, yeah, no, I agree. He was influenced by French philosophers, but he was allied with the British. For almost all of the 7 Years' War, he was the major British ally, in fact.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, look, I will admit, but again, Frederick the Great, look, he doesn't deserve that title.
I don't know. I think he was damn good general. I've got to say.
Yes, he was.
And his oblique attack stuff was pretty cool.
He was a great general, but who did he fight? Other Germanics, didn't he?
Well, the French as well.
Yeah.
And the Austrians.
Yeah, and what are Austrians?
Well, real Austrians are that, but the Austrian Empire wasn't, though, was it?
The Austrian Empire was a fucking hodgepodge, right? Have you ever read Mein Kampf?
Yes.
And you will notice that Hitler constantly complains in that book about how much of a multiracial city Vienna is. Can you imagine that? There's a few Czechs and a few Jews and a few Bohemians and so on, and he goes on about how terrible it is.
Yeah.
Imagine if he saw modern London or modern Brussels.
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't really care what he thought, to be honest.
Oh well, I would. I think his insights when he talks about like historical perspectives, like how Vienna was in his time. I think that's interesting. I mean, he's got some interesting perspectives on trade.
I think he got some bad stuff from his time in Vienna, to be honest.
Well, he was a poverty-stricken a student at first, and then a day laborer. So of course he didn't have a great time.
Yeah, and he was making money painting postcards and shit like that, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
So
I see the chats enjoying this.
Yeah, of course they are. But I would like us to go back to South Africa.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
We should. Right. Well, one thing
you and
is,
I can argue about history all you like, and we'll do a stream on that.
Sure.
But the reason I want to do this is what I'd really like to do is to do a stream with you and also a South African white Afrikaans guy. I mean, because I think that would be quite interesting to do because I've never seen it. I've never seen anyone do that.
Afrikaans guys who would do it, except really bad optics ones, maybe. But
well, I know I wouldn't want a bad optics guy to do it because I'm all about optics. No, I'm not actually. I'm not. I'm actually not all about optics, but I do want us not to. I don't want people to paint us into a corner. Me and you agree far more than we disagree.
On some things, except I think your island should be sunk, but sure.
I think my island should be towed 1,000 miles south so the climate gets better, but apart from that...
Well, I can agree to those terms, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, I'd agree with that, but I mean, I think most British.
We'll put you next to the Canary Islands, and then you'll be no longer our problem. Yes, I agree.
Well, yeah, I mean, Britain's semi-detached anyway. We've never really been European. That's been half the problem. Yeah,
so let's make the separation definite.
Yeah, like I said to you before we started this stream when we were talking privately, that if you could just tow so that the Shetland Islands were about where the Isle of Wight is now, Britain would have such a better climate. It would be so much cooler. You know,
that's still too close. That's still too close.
Yeah, but Britain would have such a nice
Can we put you around near the Azores?
The Azores. Let me think about it. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be against that, but you know.
All right, I under the new dictatorship, whenever Germany actually decides to directly take over the EU, we'll put those in writing and we'll get that sorted.
Yeah, there we go. I'm agreeing with Sojima here. I just reckon that would be cool. But the climate would be great. We'd have subtropical southern England. That would be really nice, you know. It'd be kind of like southern England would be a bit like the north of Australia. Be cool. But anyway.
Well, on the whole, chronic alcoholics, look.
Hey, hang on.
It's Friday evening. The terrace has just opened. I mean, it's been 2 days since the bars have been opened in the Netherlands. I'm trying to stay relatively sober, but
yeah, and he's doing pretty well actually. And spiritual Mamzer, I would say, mate, for me, it's 7 a.m. in the morning, and I'm drinking coffee, so you're not being entirely fair there either. So there we go.
Yeah. Also, alt right? What do you mean alt right?
Yeah, and I'm not all right. I'm dissident right, but I'm not all right.
I'm just a Dutch nationalist. I don't care about any of these international terms.
Yeah, fair enough. And I'm not all right. I'm dissident right, for sure. But I would not describe myself as all right at all. And the all right, as far as I'm concerned, is pretty much dead anyway.
Oh, it's very much is, man.
I mean,
Like,
it was killed in America a few years ago.
he was born and killed there. Yes.
Actually, that might be an interesting thing to talk about.
Well,
Although I would
I will give you some insight in how that worked out over here. Then
go on then.
I started a group with a few guys. Well, actually, I didn't start it, but I got involved pretty early on. A group called Erkenbrand in the Netherlands over here, and we've been in the media quite a lot. And I am in the media in the Netherlands a lot. Like a lot of people think I'm just some guy talking on the internet. I'm actually known in this country. Like whenever someone wants a boogeyman to talk about the right wing, I'm usually one of the people that gets.
Faust, just to interrupt you a second, what do you think about the only guy everyone knows in the Anglo world, who's the famous Dutch nationalist bloke? The guy with the white hair.
A Dutch guy?
Yeah, he's a Netherlands guy, for sure.
Dutch?
The guy with the white, he's got like very blonde white hair, and everyone knows him. He's Wilders, as son of
You mean a mainstream character? Okay, yes.
Yeah, what do you think of Wilders?
Well, he's more right wing than any politicians you've got in the Anglosphere.
Yep, agreed.
He wants to close all mosques, ban the Quran, deport everyone who doesn't integrate properly. He wants a ministry of remigration. So I voted for him last time because essentially I just thought he's the biggest politician on the right. He might get something done, and he's very, very harsh on immigration compared to anyone else. Now, the thing is, the Netherlands has more right-wing politicians than that. We also have Forum for Democracy, which lately has seemed to kind of, I don't know, gone sort of a QAnon route.
Yeah.
Hard to say where they're going, but they're pretty right-wing. They want the Netherlands to leave the European Union and a bunch of stuff like that.
What do you think about that? Do you think the European Union you should leave?
No, I don't.
So you're a supporter of the Union, right?
No. I'm a supporter of German supremacy.
Which is kind of what the European Union is.
Yes, exactly.
But what about when the French finally realized that cuddling up to Germany doesn't work anymore?
Well, then we'll invade them.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, see, the thing is, I think we have to be realistic about the world we live in. The European Union is, of course, a globalist system, and it doesn't work for us. The euro doesn't work. As a system, it doesn't work. However, the idea of European nations working together on some economical defense and especially infrastructure and internal projects, I think that's good, because I think Europe needs to take the place of the preeminent power in the world again, like we used to in the 19th century, because you Anglos and your offspring, your Yankee offspring, have proven you cannot handle the responsibility. No, look, the Americans, has any nation ever ruined anything worse than the Americans ever have? They are retarded, they are obese, they are irresponsible with their finances.
I'm not an American, Faust. Don't accuse me of anything.
Yeah, but they are the sins of the father and all that. I mean,
I'm not a father of America. I'm not an American. I know some good Americans.
It's your cultural offspring, then. Let's put it that way.
Not even really. No, I don't even agree with that. I would say, hang on, Faust. I don't mean to interrupt you, mate. Next Man Prime, Faust is not a Yank. I will say that he's not. The one thing you can be sure Faust will not do is support Anglos or Yanks. All right. So that's
very
not true.
Show, yes.
That's not true. But I would say, I'm a British nationalist, and
there's nothing wrong with that.
And I'm an old Commonwealth nationalist, which these days means Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Used to mean South Africa too.
Nine.
Yes, it did.
No.
Yeah, it did. It did between the wars, mate.
Yeah, Jan Smuts, the fucking traitor.
There you go. Well, he was a very brave fucking traitor if he was a traitor. But anyway.
He fought rightly in the beginning, and then he betrayed us.
Well, or he realized that the Anglos were actually
no. He succumbed. Yeah, he succumbed to your wiles. He succumbed to your money. Here, Jan Smuts will give you a post at the general's office. You can coordinate. You can kill thousands, millions of your Germanic brothers for some money. Wouldn't you do it, Jan Smuts? Come on, Jan Smuts. Jan Smuts is the fucking worst traitor in the entire history.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to agree. Yeah. Faust, you are getting a bit pissed, mate, because that's not true. No.
I will admit I've been drinking, but no, Jan Smuts is an absolute fucking evil piece of shit.
Well, I won't agree with that, but anyway.
No, of course you wouldn't, because he betrayed us for your side.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he actually tried to do a lot of good stuff in South Africa, and I think he did do a lot of good stuff in South Africa.
Bullshit.
Well, there you go. I'm going to disagree on that.
Jan Smuts was a boer commando, yeah?
Yes, he was. At one stage, yes, he was.
He fought for the independence of the Boer people, for Dutch ethnic people. He fought.
Yes.
And what did he do? He said when Cecil Rhodes came along, and he said, "I've got some diamonds, I've got some gold, I've got some mining contracts, I've got some Irish slaves to put the labor over here."
Oh, absolutely rubbish, mate. That just is crap. I'm sorry, that is just not.
Who worked the mines? It was the Irish.
No, it was not.
Yes, it was.
No, come on.
Yes, it was.
Faust, listen. Before you embarrass yourself, you need to go and look at that history and then come back.
Massive amounts of Irish.
No,
English,
there was
Scottish.
not. No, actually, one of the problems of South Africa, one of the reasons why it didn't turn into a big white self-governing state like Australia or Canada, one of the reasons it didn't is because the South Africans did not ever encourage mass immigration.
No, they didn't.
From Europe.
No. The Boer didn't. You did.
Oh, God, we didn't. It's just
you did. You did.
Didn't.
The whole discussion about the whole Second Boer War started about the finding of gold and diamonds in Witwatersrand, and it was caused by English and Irish and Scottish miners coming in, and then they used the excuse, the British Empire needs to come defend our interests, and then you declared war, and then what happened? You took over.
All right. Part of what you say there is true, but they weren't basic miners. They were skilled guys. There was
they rode fucking giraffes.
Yeah,
they were not Dutch.
But if you want to know why South Africa fell as it did after 1990, it was because you guys, when I say you guys, I mean everyone in South Africa. So not you guys.
In 1990? You want to go that far?
Yeah, the reason it fell is because South Africa never encouraged mass immigration from Europe. Never did.
It's because we couldn't kill all the blacks because the Anglos had their sentimentalities about not killing blacks. Ooh.
Really?
Yes.
You think that?
Yes, I think so. You've always been about protecting the rights of non-whites.
So what happened in German Southwest Africa, mate?
Oh, a couple genocides, actually, yes.
But as far as I'm aware, Namibia, and I've served in
Namibia is one of the few countries in Africa where whites form at least. They used to form a majority. These days, they form like 30 to 40% of the population.
It's nowhere near as high as that. It really isn't. I've served there several times. So it's not true. That just isn't true, mate.
We used to be a majority there. And the only reason they're not a
No,
majority
not
anymore-
even after the undoubted German genocides were you a majority there, ever. But
they were though.
No, you weren't, man. I mean, it's just not true. I'm sorry, it's just not true. I've served in Namibia several times, and it's not true.
Not anymore.
It's got good beer. It's got good beer. I'll say that. That's down to the Germans.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's got good beer, and that's down to the Germans.
No, but look, honestly, like
white guys were never the
you
majority
Anglos,
there.
right? You got one continent right, like North America. Okay, fine, you got that sort of right. No more natives.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. If you say so, Karen.
And then you went to Africa and you fucked it up.
All right. Well, I'm not going to agree with that, mate. I actually would like it. I would like to get us back to South Africa a bit.
I am sort of exaggerating, but let's be honest.
Yeah, you are. I know you are.
You did do that in North America, though, didn't you?
There was a lot less natives.
No, really. I mean, like there were.
There was a lot less natives.
No, not actually that many less. There were like, but estimates range between 10 to 100 million, but 100 million is very exaggerated. So I'd say like maybe 20 million.
Usually exaggerated.
Yeah, I'd say that probably exaggerated. But let's say 20 million. I mean, that's still a lot. So, yeah.
I'm sorry, Faust. I've got to put this up, mate.
Yeah.
I've got. Do you know Colin Liddell?
I know who he is. Yes, very much so.
He's a damn good bloke, and he's one of the most sensible guys on the right.
He's a Scotsman who lives in Japan.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that?
One should never emigrate. I've always, since I've become a nationalist, I've had
right.
involved.
So you're going to slag me off now?
No need.
You're going to slag me off now, are you?
Oh, absolutely. There's no need to ever leave the continent of Europe because nowhere else is worth visiting, in my opinion.
So you don't think Africa's pretty then?
Not really, no.
Really? You don't? So all those Afrikaans guys who like adore the bloody place, and they do, trust me.
Yeah, I think they're mistaken. I genuinely think that, well, see, in better circumstances, maybe not, but these days they're just inviting their own death, I think.
What would you do to save them?
Well, the American culture would have to be broken some way. The American
I don't disagree with that at all. I think you're absolutely right about that. But what would you, as a Netherlands,
there'd have to be some form of separatism there. There'd have to be some decision where Xhosas and Zulus and they go to their own lands and whites get their own. This would have to be a temporary solution because on a long term, of course, still difficult. I mean, they've been fighting like ever since they encountered each other at 1832 at Bloedrivier. They've been fighting
on the Great Fish River. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So,
but would you be in favor of, for example, of allowing Afrikaans people to come and settle in the Netherlands?
I would, but that's because they're my blood.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I've always been a bit surprised that like the Netherlands never turned around and said, "Okay, guys," because that would also, to some degree, counteract the immigration, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but you have to remember that for at least the last, at least until the 2000s, our politicians were very left wing.
I don't disagree with that at all. I'm just thinking that, like, I certainly support like Britain and Australia and Canada and New Zealand, etc., allowing white South Africans to come and live there.
Well, they're moving to Russia in surprising numbers because Russia takes them on.
They won't like the bloody weather there, mate, I can assure you.
Maybe, but they'll like the land. That's the thing. I talk to Afrikaans people. Like I said, I know a lot of Afrikaans people who moved back here.
Yep.
In fact, I'm not sure if I should say this, but we used to have a lobby group over here for their interests, and we were sort of successful, but not enough.
Mm.
And when we used to talk to them, they didn't like the Netherlands because it was too small, basically. They wanted to. They still wanted to have the lifestyle like they had in Africa: big farms,
Yeah.
no one around.
That's why a lot of South Africans have moved to Australia, for example. Yeah.
That makes sense, yeah. But yeah, you're not
Similar
gonna have like
climate.
Europe. I mean, and especially not the Netherlands.
But I just think, because of language and culture and all this stuff we've been talking about, I think that would be it would be good, and it would kind of be nationalist for Netherlands nationalists to say, look, the Afrikaners.
We do.
Yeah. So
But
that would be
it's
good.
not. It's like you guys don't want mass migration, and you want the British flag and so on to be held high. That's all nice in theory, but you're not be able to do it in practice, right? And that's kind of the same for us. We like the
Well,
South
not
Af-
yet. Not yet. We will
Yeah, but
get
it's
there.
maybe, but it's the same for us. We like the South Africans. We support the South Africans. We try to lobby for them, but on the whole, in practice, it doesn't translate to much, unfortunately.
All right, let me give you one idea I came up with. I mean, do you know Afri Forum in South Africa? Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. One idea I came up with. I've tried to talk to people about this in the chat, but it's difficult in the chat on a YouTube channel. If those guys would only put an English translation on their videos, like an English subtitles on their videos, yeah. They get. I would be able to share them more widely. Other people would be able to, and they get far more coverage. Maybe someone like people Faust, would
Well,
actually
this
say,
is
"We'll put English subtitles on these, so they can be spread all around the Western world, and people will be able to learn about these
yeah.
kinds of
But
things."
this is sort of the eternal dilemma for non-English speaking nationalists or non-natively
Sure.
speaking nationalists. Do we compromise on the idea of speaking our own language to get a bigger audience or more broader appeal, or do we actually try to appeal the people who matter to us most, which are our own people? I sort of tried to find a middle way in this by having an English language channel and having a Dutch language channel,
Sure.
which deal with different topics and different areas of interest. And I have to tell you, it's quite hard. Dutch nationalists, for example, despise English.
Yeah.
Even using loan words, that's an offense. And you doing this too much,
Yeah, I get you.
that'll ostracize you from the community. So if you as a nationalist from a non-English speaking country start making a channel that is only English speaking, this will make you an enemy to a lot of the people who are in your own country who are nationalists. We've seen this with, for example, Martin Zellner, who is popular internationally, but he's not popular in Germany or Austria because
This
he
is
is
the guy married to the very pretty American girl, isn't he?
Yeah, but it's not about that. It's because he's so very English, and he's changed that. He's tried to get back to mostly German audience, but you see events like this happen from time to time, where someone starts to try to pander too much to the Americans, too much to the English language, and he loses all support domestically. And that's pretty much a knife edge you have to balance sometimes, because and especially like German nationalists, they don't accept you if you speak English. French nationalists, they won't even hear of you if you speak English. So that's quite tough sometimes. You want exposure, but if you try to do that too much, you might lose any and all support domestically.
Okay. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I mean, beg your pardon. One of the things I try and do on this channel is I try to make it absolutely not American. Right? I'm not against speaking to Americans. I like quite a lot of Americans, but this is a British and old Commonwealth channel, so like it's mainly for Brits, Canadians,
But isn't
Australians.
England one of your old colonies?
I beg your pardon?
Isn't England one of your colonies? Or I mean, America. Sorry.
No, not as far as I'm concerned. It's been independent for a very long time, and they fought
Culturally,
us.
I'd say they're
No, they fought us with the French. I mean, absolutely not. I'm sorry.
So have the Irish.
Yeah, and again, like
The Scottish have fought you together with the French.
Yeah, but hundreds and hundreds of years ago, Faust.
Well, I mean, when was Culloden, right?
1745.
Right, and when was the American Revolution?
1776 started.
Right, so it's only about 30 years apart.
Yeah, a long time ago, man. 300 years ago, man.
Both are 300 years ago.
Well,
Are the Scottish less part of your
years.
culture?
I'm very fond of the Scots, and I always make a point of saying that Britain is an Anglo-Celtic nation. It's not an Anglo nation; it's an Anglo-Celtic nation.
Yeah, okay.
There is a difference. But I've got Irish bits in me. I've got Scottish and Welsh bits in me. In terms
sounds
of
like a bit of a fact to me.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm smoking a fag at the moment, so. But yeah, no, absolutely. I believe that Britain is an Anglo-Celtic nation. It's not an Anglo nation.
But then why is Scotland fine but America not?
Because they fought a war against us, along with the French and the Spanish, and let's be honest, the Netherlands, and became independent. So fuck them.
Right.
Basically.
Okay. The Irish fought you with French support and Spanish support.
Yep.
The Jacobins, French support. So.
Listen. I absolutely stand by everything I said. I mean, I have problems with the Southern Irish. Sometimes I do. Even though my mother was born in Southern Ireland, I have problems with.
It sounds to me like you don't want to acknowledge the fact that you've got a sort of bastard, red-headed, Down syndrome child, which is called America.
America's not my child. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
I actually have a child, my son, who's serving the Royal
I'm
Navy.
talking more broadly than your literal.
Yeah, of course, I see that. But what I'm saying is, like, I'm not a guy. I know some good Americans. There are Americans I admire. There are Americans who I have as mates. But I'm not an American, and I make it very clear, I hope, on this channel. This is not an American channel.
But I don't think you can deny that they are your progeny.
No, yes, I can. Why?
All right, so they came falling out of the sky one day, and they just happened to have quite a lot of Anglo-liberal values for some reason.
They fell out of the sky, and one of their baby legs was pulled by the French, and the other baby leg was pulled by the Spanish and the Netherlands.
And they just happened to have a liberal constitution with something called the literal Bill of Rights, which was something the Anglos invented and that you already had by then almost a century. That was a total coincidence, was it?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
well, that's funny.
No, the American Constitution is in English. It's fuck off, Sojo.
The Bill of Rights is literally copied from your Bill of Rights.
We never had a Bill of Rights.
1689, yes, you did.
Well, it wasn't a Bill of Rights, though, was it?
It's called that.
I'm not a believer in rights, to be honest.
Me neither, but you still had them.
Well, I'm not a believer in rights, but anyway.
I don't think rights exist at all. I'm more of the Carl Schmitt philosophy of things, but you still had a piece of paper called the Bill of Rights, which was...
We just had freeborn Englishmen, which is really because the Black Death killed enough people in England that feudalism died out before it did anywhere else.
Yeah. Someone is making the argument that America went down the rails because of something like German and Irish immigrants or something.
Yeah, I don't
America
agree with
was-
that either. I don't agree with that either. I just think America started off with a kind of
yeah, poor ideas.
It started off with a prostitute system somewhere between the English and the French, and it never got much better, to be honest.
Sure.
If I was going to be really honest, that's what I'd say.
It was founded on rotten ideas. Ideas of liberty, equality, liberty, all this nonsense that isn't
Liberty
true.
and equality with a nation that had far more slaves than Britain had ever had.
Oh, well, no, that's not quite true now, is it?
Well, yes, it is, because
You
Britain
traded quite a lot of them.
No, Britain had never had many slaves. Faust, you know slavery
What
was
the fuck are you talking about? British ships, the biggest slave traders were the Portuguese.
Here we go again. Go, carry on.
The biggest
After you when you finished.
The biggest slave traders were the Portuguese. Okay, yes,
By a long way, yeah.
yes. Then the Spanish,
Yep, absolutely.
and then the British.
No, not true.
But there were a lot of ships flying under a Union Jack, trading slaves from the Ivory Coast, the Grain Coast, and the Gold Coast back to the Caribbean.
When?
Well, the 1650.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right.
When they stop?
I don't know, about 70, 70, 70, 80, 70, 90-ish.
When was slavery legal in Britain?
Up
In
until
Britain.
1826.
No.
In Britain itself. Never.
Yeah.
Well, not
Yeah.
never. In the pre-Anglo-Saxon
Almost
period.
never. It was
In the
almost
pre-Anglo-Saxon period, it was, but it wasn't legal in Britain itself. But that doesn't fucking matter, does it? Because most of the shipping was inside the African coast and the Caribbean.
Okay. When was it absolutely illegal to have a slave in Britain?
Oh, that declaration is, I think, Henry VIII, was it?
Yeah, it was a long time ago. It was a long time
Yeah.
ago.
But
Who
that's
was
the thing.
Who was the first nation, the first major nation in the world to ban the slave trade?
Yes, in 1826, it was Britain.
No. It was 1807, mate. 1807.
Well, in that case, if you just want to look at formally declared on paper, it was actually France. Because
Yeah,
with
but
the
then
French
Napoleon
Revolution-
changed it. But then Napoleon
Yes.
changed it.
Yes, he
didn't
did. Yes,
Yeah.
he did. And you did as well. And only in 1826 did it actually pass the Commons and it actually get formalized into a policy.
All right. But in 1807, Britain totally banned it. And what was the first major nation to make slavery totally illegal in the whole world?
Well, you want to know here Britain, but I don't actually know that for sure.
All right. It was Britain. It was 1833.
You claim that. I don't know that for sure.
Well, no other major
But
nation.
the thing is, and let's get into this, why is slavery a reprehensible thing?
Why is slavery a reprehensible
Yeah.
thing?
Why are
I
you
don't
justifying
even get.
I do.
I
I definitely do.
I don't even care, to be honest, because you could look at Carlyle, for example, and you could see arguments in its favor. But
Sure,
I don't
yes,
care.
you can.
But I don't care. All I'm doing with this stuff is like looking at the left morons, and I see what Sojourner's saying in the chat. And if Sojourner doesn't come on the stream shortly, I'm just going to ban him from the chat. Because if he wants to say something, he should come in. And really, he should. And again, he's doing exactly what I thought he would do. I'm pinning my liberal colours. I don't have any liberal fucking colours, all right?
Well, to be anti-slavery is to kind of be liberal.
Well, okay, I'm pro-slavery then. Fair enough.
You see, the
Let's
thing
see
is,
how well that survives in
the logic of slavery
2021.
is kind of inherently reinforcing the idea of hierarchy, right? Because there are lessers and there are betters, and if you accept that, then there are also people who should steer and those who should lead. As a military man, you should understand, right? Officers.
Yeah, I do understand that, but there is a difference between being a private in an army and being a slave.
Yeah.
And
Sure. Sure.
that's my issue. You know, the three-born Englishman thing, which I'm sure you will laugh at, Faust.
You remember that I am Germanic and of the Germanic
Yeah.
philosophy as well. Yeah.
But the free-born English thing, which to me is one of the most important things about Britain and England, is that that comes from after the Black Death, when serfdom,
does it?
when serfdom and the feudal system had basically been killed in England because you couldn't do it anymore because of the Black Death.
Yeah, labor prices increased essentially.
Yeah, exactly. People could earn more wages, and also they couldn't be tied to the land. And so that during the 100 Years' War, for example, against France, the English armies were almost invariably professional armies. They were usually smaller, but they were professional. Whereas the French dragged these great big feudal armies around, about 2/3 of whom were crap guys who they.
Yeah, but you only won against them because you were cowards refusing to fight hand to hand.
That's not true at all. Have you read it?
Longbows are cowards' weapons.
No, hang on. Are you trying to tell me that the English... okay, let's go with the most famous one first. Are you trying to tell... Agincourt. Are you trying to tell me the English didn't fight hand-to-hand at Agincourt?
Yeah.
Really?
After you slaughtered, like, what, 2/3 of the main army?
Well, it's not our fault if the French are fucking idiots, is it?
Nah, you're just a bunch of cowards. You don't want to fight hand to hand. You're scared of proper.
But the English centre fought hand to hand for about 2.5 hours.
Yeah, against what?
Every single Frenchman who could get it.
A majorly reduced French line.
Is that the fault of the English that the French were stupid? I'm sorry. Hang on, Faust. Was it true that during the Netherlands Civil War against, the Netherlands War against Spain, that like if the Spanish ever made a mistake, that was somehow made the Dutch guys cowardly?
No, not a mistake. But if, for example, the Spanish were to shoot a whole bunch of Dutch soldiers from like a rampart while the Dutch were, I don't know, drowning in the lake, yes, that would be considered cowardly. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
You wouldn't have celebrated it with a song, though.
We don't have songs about drowning. No. We have one which is about ice skating, actually, where we killed a whole bunch of Spaniards who couldn't ice skate.
Yeah. So that's all right then.
That's different. It's still hand to hand. They just couldn't ice skate.
Oh man. Okay, that's quite funny. That is really quite funny. But honestly, not only at Agincourt, but I mean, you know,
at Poitiers and at
all of the major battles in the 100 Years.
Yeah, War. Because
there was a central English. There was a central English line that fought hand to hand. Always. There always was.
Yeah. After you decimated the first few lines.
No, one of the reasons that the English won, okay, apart from the fact the English are just such great people, is that the English archers were not only equipped to fire arrows. Like in the Agincourt campaign, for example, to be an English archer and to be accepted into the English army, you not only had to have your bow and to prove that you could actually you could shoot it right. You had to have a buckler, which was a small shield, which was a traditional English thing that many, many people carried. It's where you get the term swashbuckler from in movies,
I know the
etc.
term.
Yeah, of course you do. And also you had to have a sword, and you had to have a dagger or an axe or something like that. And you also had to have a helmet. And many English archers actually had breastplates. Some of them had leg protection. And it was quite common for English archers to go from being an archer to being a man-at-arms, which was an armored fighting bloke, one blow a night. And during the 100 Years' War, at least two English archers, at least two that we know of, English archers, went from being a basic common English archer to being knighted on the field of battle and becoming knights.
Yeah, you've said that many times, but the thing is,
I have, because it's true.
This is not something unique to the English. Gotz von Berlichingen, one of the most famous German knights, was knighted on the battlefield for defending a castle. German knights German soldiers were
What was
elevated
he? Faust, what was he before he was knighted?
A Landsknecht.
So he was a fighting man. He was an armored.
Yeah, he was a soldier. Man. Yes, a mercenary.
A Langstein. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. I know what you were talking about. Yeah, it's same thing.
But quite a lot of people in Germany were also elevated into the Ritterhood as battlefield promotions. Yeah. And this is not a uniquely English thing. You compare yourself constantly to the French, but the French were actually uniquely absolutist in their monarchy, which is not the same way Germany was, or Denmark, or Sweden, or anywhere else. It's just.
But I don't compare France. I always think we're better than the French, to be honest with you. If you really want to push it, I mean, if you're going to ask me what do I think England was always better than the French, but that's just me, of course.
Well, of course you do.
Yeah, I do. But I mean, I wouldn't compare ourselves to the French. I'd just say we were better. Because we always were.
That's the way I think about you.
Well, you think you're better than us, yeah, but I mean...
I think we're better than everyone.
Yeah, well, fine. So do I. So that's fair enough.
We're nationalists. That's one of those things, like, one of the criticisms I agree with you guys about PA is they are too self-hating.
Yeah.
I cannot respect anyone who does not think they're the best.
Agreed. Totally agree. No argument whatsoever.
Let's get into class conflict.
No argument whatsoever. I mean, I just think it's like the South African army. In the South African army in the 1980s was easily, by a very long way, the best army in Africa. It could have marched.
But like that's like I've got a mud hut and I've got a cathedral. Which one's the best? I mean, come on.
No, the South African army in the 1980s could have marched from one end of the country to the other, or east to west.
Yeah, of course they could. But look at what you're competing against.
Yeah, it was mostly crap. I absolutely agree with you. But they could have done it, and now they can't. South African army these days is like crap. And I know a few people who are still associated with the South African army. And these days they would have problems invading Zimbabwe.
Maybe. I don't know how bad they actually are at this point.
They're really terrible, mate. Trust me, they really are. I know some white chaps who are still attached to it, and it's terrible.
Yeah,
but back in the day, South African army was able to go into Angola, and defeat. Yeah, listen, mate, I knew some great Portuguese guys. In fact, one of my best mates was a Portuguese bloke, and he had started fighting the communists in Mozambique.
MLP, yeah.
Yeah, he fought against the communists with the Portuguese army in Mozambique, where he lived, and then he ended up going to Rhodesia, and then he ended up going to South Africa. And like when I knew him, he had this lovely house on the Black Umfolozi River in the north of KwaZulu-Natal as it now is, but used to be like Natal, basically, with Zululand next door. And he used to get ground hornbills, which are these huge, like, they're about 3.5, 4 foot tall birds. They're black with great big red walls. And they're the biggest hornbill in the world. And you could sit on his stope, like his veranda, and watch these birds. And he had this souped up VW with an engine which was about twice too big for it in it. And I was much more scared going in this guy's souped up VW than I ever was fighting Swapo or anyone else. Because I knew he wanted to kill himself, and eventually he did in a car crash. He'd just been fighting for so fucking long, he couldn't see an end to it.
Yeah. I grew up in... I was born in the Netherlands, and I grew up until I was 8 years old in the Netherlands. But I also lived in Portugal for 12 years.
Yeah, Portuguese are all right.
Yeah, I lived in Portugal from 8 years old to 20 years old. So I speak the language, I know the culture quite well. And where I lived was an expat area. So there were a lot of Angola and Mozambique veterans living there. Cool. And I had a history teacher in school who was an unapologetic Salazar fan. And these people, they really had a complex about Africa, man. They really couldn't, in Dutch we would say verkroppen. They couldn't handle the idea of having lost these colonies, Mozambique and Angola. And
Salazar was pretty cool. Salazar was pretty cool on the whole.
Sure, not radical enough in my opinion, but yeah.
Yeah, no, and who's the oldest ally of Portugal?
Yes, that is true. That is true, yes.
Who is it, Faust?
What, sorry?
Who is
yes,
the
I know.
ally?
You've been allied since like 1311 or something.
Yeah, the Britain and Portugal, oldest allies.
Yeah, I'll give you another little fact. After you guys fought in the Peninsular War against Napoleon, a British general was instated as dictator of Portugal from 1814 till 1821. Bedford, I think he was called. And it required a popular revolution to cast the British out, because otherwise you would have colonized an actual European nation as well.
Well, there you go. It wouldn't have done the Portuguese too much harm, though, would it? Let's be honest.
It's still a question of sovereignty.
Do you really believe in sovereignty?
I believe no white man has a right to rule over another white man.
And yet you support the Germans to some degree.
Well, I don't support their ideas of conquering Poland.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Because you've got to totally get rid of all that. Or France, or Belgium, or Holland, or Denmark, or Norway.
This is all very modern thinking, looking back into the past. See, the Netherlands and... Well, Denmark is a sovereign entity and a sovereign people. That's different.
I like the Danes. So they're one of my favorite European people.
They're very boring, but...
No, man, I like them. I went there with the British Army in the 1980s, and it was the only place I ever went with the British Army where, like, you'd be digging your trench somewhere in a field or whatever it was for your bloody stupid NATO exercise, and you'd get a little old lady or sometimes a pretty young girl come out and give you apples and coffee and stuff like this.
Well, see,
because they were
giving NATO troops food. They didn't install good culture into their people.
No, they remembered when Britain liberated them from the Nazis, and the Danes.
I remember the liberation.
The Danes
black soldiers raping Dutch women in Eindhoven. Absolutely, yes.
Well, they weren't British soldiers, were they, mate?
No, they were American, but still.
Right. They weren't British soldiers.
No, you had Indians instead.
Yeah, and they didn't rape anyone.
Yeah, sure they didn't. Well, they only didn't rape them.
We didn't.
Beta.
Hang on, we did not have any Indian soldiers in Northwest Europe in 1944-45. So that didn't happen.
I'm not sure actually.
Well,
The
I
Dutch,
am.
the army that supposedly liberated the Netherlands was Canadians and English, Canadian, English, and American actually, mostly Canadian actually.
Susan Atkins, was I in the army? Nah, ask anyone. Ask anyone who follows my streams, apart from Sojourner, who is just lying in the chat. My son is in the Navy. I'm not. Never was.
Nah, I'm pretty sure you haven't told anyone. I think you should tell them.
Yeah, I never tell people I was in the British Army ever.
No,
because
you're very modest. You're very modest.
I'm just ashamed of it.
Yes,
I'm just ashamed of it because, like, who could say they were in the British Army? You know, best army in the world. But there we go.
You're a naval power. How could you possibly have the best army in the world? Of course, the German army.
No, we just had the best army in the world. Wasn't the biggest, wasn't the most powerful, but it was the best.
Nah.
Well, you would say that, but it's not true.
Preußische Gründlichkeit.
The best soldiers who ever walked the earth were the British Expeditionary Force in 1914. Before they were all
you
killed.
Still had to use the Canadians as your shock troops, didn't you?
Hang on. Before they were mostly killed in the mincing machine of the German artillery.
The German artillery it was.
Yeah. Wasn't their soldiers. Their soldiers couldn't cope with the British army.
No. You see, while the German Ulan and the French cuirassiers were still fighting bravely on horseback in the First World War, saber to spear and, helmet to helmet. You English were digging your trenches and putting your Maxim machine guns up. And then when the actual honorable battle was over and the infantry started matching up, you would just went and you mowed them down, didn't you, you cowards?
Have you finished it?
I could go on actually.
No, but have you finished for now?
Yes, sure.
Do you know who the first German killed by a British soldier was in the First World War?
Not off the top of my head, no.
He was killed by a British cavalry officer with a saber.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Man, I get many things wrong, but not military history.
No, he wasn't.
The first German soldier killed by a British soldier in World War One was killed by a British cavalry officer.
No German was ever killed by cold steel of the British.
Absolute bollocks.
None. Not a single one.
Oh my God, I'm going to have to find this now, aren't I? Okay, I'm going to have to prove you wrong.
Wikipedia isn't the source.
Oh man, it might be the easiest one, but it's not wrong. Trust me. I've looked at this many. There is a controversy because there is a private somebody who says,
"Oh, it's impossible to tell, man. Come on."
Yeah, of course it is. But in actual fact, the first German killed in the First World War by the British Army was by a British cavalry officer with a sword.
No. The first German killed by the British Army was, of course, a civilian bombed in his house.
No.
Yeah, it probably was.
In 1914, when planes could barely get over the front line.
Well, then he was shelled by a British dreadnought.
Yeah, the funny thing is, the British never did that, whereas the Germans did.
Constantly, all the time.
You know, it was quite often, like the Germans frequently, decided they'd go and shell with their dreadnought some British seaside town.
Actually,
because that would save the war.
They used battle cruisers, not dreadnoughts, but yes.
Yeah, well, they were dreadnought battle cruisers, beg your pardon. But they did that.
They used zeppelins and the film Das Boot.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It's a good movie.
I've worked many times on a script of basically an idea of zeppelins, and it's actually quite comparable. Zeppelins don't have much defenses against fighters. They only can dive upward. And if they dive upward, the crews either freeze to death or lose oxygen and die that way.
Yeah.
So it's very comparable to a U-boat in many ways. But the thing is, I can't write dialogue, and that's kind of why I always get stuck when I write this idea out.
Listen, my grandmother saw like zeppelins over London when she was like a tiny little girl.
Yeah, well,
But eventually, the RAF learned how to shoot them down. And do you know how that?
yeah, the
partly-
Soviet camels had to like stall all the way up, like at
Yeah, but do you know partly why that happened? Don't you?
what, Zeppelin bombings?
The why the British were able to like intercept the zeppelins and stop them. Do you know partly why that happened?
Because they were bombing you, so you had to stop them.
No, it was Jan Smuts. Yeah, Jan Smuts was put in charge of looking.
You see, bloody straight through.
Defense.
There you go,
There you
fighting
go.
against his own people again.
No, he wasn't. He was fighting against the Germans.
Yes, he was.
He wasn't a German.
He was fucking Dutch, wasn't he?
Well, if you're going to really push it,
What do you think the
Afrikaner-
etymology of Dutch and Deutsch are, man?
hang on. But the Afrikaners are a mixture of obviously Dutch, but also
German, yes.
well, wait a minute. I was going to say Protestant French, Huguenot French.
That's tiny amount.
Not that tiny. This is why you get people like Delaray, for example. You've heard of General Delaray.
Yeah. And there's a song about him even. Yes, I know.
Yeah. So there was the Huguenot French element, the Protestant French element, and also then, as you quite rightly say, Germans as well, of course. So
but the majority
it was
is
a
Dutch
mixture.
and German, and then there's a little bit of French, and then it depends. Like I don't personally consider the Afrikaans whites who are of Anglo descent to be Afrikaans or Boer.
Well, no one can, because no, they're not, and they were always excluded from the lager under the nationalist regime.
Yeah.
And that was one of the problems. That was one of the problems in South Africa, is that the white people were never really one group, you know? Like if you'd have asked me,
They were before you invaded.
no, they weren't.
They were.
No, there were three or four different states, depending on how you want to look at it. Then
There were 2 or so states, but
no, there were
that
there were
was
there
an
were
inconvenience.
3 or 4. There were 3 or 4 because there was the South African Republic, which most people call the Transvaal. There was the Orange Free State, obviously, which was a more moderate Afrikaner republic. There was Natal, which even today is known as the last outpost of the British Empire, although it actually has a fairly large Afrikaner minority, particularly in the north of the province. And then you had the Cape, which was about 50-50 in terms of white people. And they were never one people, and this is half the problem. And so, like,
They were.
Yeah, but if I'd have been like the South African premier in, say, approximately 1980, yeah, what I would have been doing is I would have been getting as many white people as I could to move to one area of the country where
But why
they
would
could
we
have.
want white people? We want just the Dutch.
No, you're not listening, Faust. You can argue about what I'm saying afterwards, but let me finish. What I would have done is I would have got most of the white people in the country, which was then about 6.5 million people, and I would have got them to move to one part of as many of them as I could, to move to one part of the country where they could have a port, because a nation needs a port. Really.
That wasn't an option because all the coastal areas were occupied.
Well, yeah, everywhere was occupied, but you could have done this in the early 1980s.
No, you'd have to commit genocide on either the Xhosa or the Zulu.
Why would you have to commit genocide? Explain.
They were in the way.
But why would you have to commit genocide? You just need to make. You just
They'd
needed
come
to
back.
make. You just needed to make one part of the country majority white.
Yeah,
you didn't
Cape
need to
was
move the
already.
other. You didn't need to move everyone else out. You just
Well, the
needed to
Cape
make.
was majority white at that point.
All right. So all I'm saying is, you move all these people to one part of the country where they can have a port, and you make it a majority white part of the country, and then
That already existed. It was the Cape.
yeah, but then when you come to have negotiations with the likes of Mandela or whatever you do,
By
then you
that
turn
point, it
around.
was already too late because it doesn't matter what you are negotiating. The international culture is against you.
All right, I don't know. Maybe you're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm trying to say you needed to make this one part of the country majority white.
There
and
were.
then- yeah, but not in the 1980s. But
Yes,
you
there
need-
were.
All right, you needed to make it that in the 1980s, and then when you came to doing majorities with people, you needed to turn around and say, "No, this is going to be white South Africa." And if you were a majority there is
Yeah.
nothing else you could have done against that. Do you see what I mean?
Back then, Namibia, which was under South African control, would have been majority white. The Cape would have been at least a plurality. And they
Namibia
didn't-
was not majority white, mate. I saw it.
No, I
many
said
times.
plurality. I said plurality.
Okay.
But even then, they didn't succeed, did they?
Because F.W. de Klerk didn't do any of those things.
F.W. de
And-
Klerk is a fucking cuck and a traitor. But
Absolutely
The
right.
international-
That I'll agree with you with. Yes. Then
Yeah.
I'll agree with you.
But the culture is against them. If the entire world is against you, like what was the only ally of South Africa? Israel. Now that's
Yep.
a great ally to have, isn't it?
Well, then let them have nuclear weapons.
Yeah. Thanks to whom, right?
Well, I don't know who thanks to, mate, to be honest. But
Thanks to
They
South
did.
Africa, probably.
no, what I'm saying is, like, Israel was the main provider of nuclear weapons technology to South Africa, which it was.
No,
No.
reverse.
And also, you can look at like most of the self-propelled guns of South Africa, also from Israel.
South Africa can only be saved if the international culture is pro-white enough to allow whites a place to live.
Do you know what the R4 rifle is based on, Faust?
I don't know what type that is. No.
Well, it was the last rifle that the white South African government gave its troops. It's basically a copy of the Israeli Galil.
Yeah, sure. Because that was at that point their only ally, right? So it makes sense.
Yeah, it was one of their allies. Yes, it was.
The only, basically.
Yeah, it kind of goes a bit against the Super Jew theory, though, don't you think?
No, I actually don't think so. It's just a convenient. Well, I don't believe in what you call the super Jew theory anyway, but I do think it's a convenient way for them to explore venues to make nuclear weapons, right? You've got testing grounds, you've got an international pariah to make these weapons, to do the research, and then when everything collapses, you take the weapons and the technology to research. That makes sense to me.
All right. Listen, man, I've got to go to Lou for a minute. Can you entertain our people for a minute? And then
I will have a massive fight with the chat. That'll sound fun.
You will. Don't do that. But I would also like Sojourner to come on because I want to talk about what he's saying here. Duke doesn't realise that Anglo whites in South Africa had no racial consciousness. Don't agree with that at all.
Well, it is the Anglos who are usually the ones who are not moving and who are voting for like ANC and what's the other one? The AFF. So maybe he's right. Oh, look like he's gone. Okay, so who wants to have a fight in the chat? I'm always up for a fight. I see some people calling names, saying I'm Turkish or whatever. Very funny, my chaps. I don't care. Uh, uh, it needed to be a fait accompli for the Titan. Basically, yes. South Africa needed to be strengthened in some way or dominating in some way before the whole fall of the Soviet Union, because if they hadn't done it by then, they were kind of singled out as, if you take Francis Fukuyama's idea of liberalism triumphing over everything, and the Soviet Union falling as the last barrier to that, and then liberalism dominating over everything. Well, then South Africa is basically one of the last bastions against that whole liberal ideology, right? So, yeah, they were kind of going to be singled out at some point anyway. When did the Netherlands lose their last public forest? I'm not sure, but it must have been about 300 years ago, I think, at this point, because that's when most of the areas were poldered in, and when industrialization and urbanization achieved such a level that we had to start importing fuel from Scandinavia. So probably about 200 to 300 years ago or so. Take the Anglos to town and make Coventry look like a joke. Coventry, the whole bombings and the wars is like, it was escalation on both sides. One side bombed one, then the other bombed another, and it kept escalating. It wasn't really necessary.
Yep.
But yeah, at some point, Hamburg was bombed and Coventry, and it escalated to that point. And yeah, well.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Sojourner, I am really asking you to come on this stream because I would really like to talk to you about what you just said there on that thing I've just put up on the screen. Because you're not right, mate. You're just not.
And at this point, we're kind of veering off course about serious topics anyway, so we might as well start into a shit fight. So get some more.
No, absolutely not. I actually don't want to turn this into a shit fight.
I will say one thing about the guys who are constantly talking about woes and everything. Look, I've known woes for so millennial woes. I've known millennial woes since 2017, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I know about the whole stuff about him being gay and all this, but I've never seen him. Every time I've met him, he had a girl.
Yeah.
He had a girlfriend, and I will not defend his past. I don't know what he did in his past. Maybe it was extremely degenerate, and if he was a fag, then I disavow that. But
absolutely.
I think people attribute malice to Woes to a point where, look, Woes is not an ill-intentioned guy. He's just a very naive guy. He's not a guy who has lived in the real world, really. And you can judge him for that, I suppose. But I tend to just think of him as just a naive guy.
Faust, I don't disagree with anything you said there, but I would say that where I used to watch Woes' stuff for years. Okay, I did, and I always liked his Millennial Yule stuff because he got a lot of interesting guests on. Not all of them, but some. But where I lose it with Woes is that he went from being somebody who kind of looked at this stuff from a philosophical point of view to suddenly full on supporting Colette, which and I don't like Colette.
I think this is one of the things is where Woes was there were firstly no alternatives at the time. Secondly, there was no solid critique. And thirdly, Woes, again, I think he's just naive, and he goes along with what he thinks is best. I think Woes, despite his age, needs to grow up a lot on a lot of things. And I've said this to him, to his face, and if he hears this, again, it's not meant out of malice. It's just that he's still kind of a child in many ways. And
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with anything you say there, mate. I think you're very largely correct. I really do. I think you're very largely correct. Could I ask you something, Faust? Because
Mhm.
it comes up on my channel quite a lot because we have a lot. Well, I say a lot. Like my Discord is very small. I keep it very small. I know everyone who's on there, or if I don't know them, someone else does. And I do that on purpose because you know what happens if you don't. And we have quite a lot of younger chaps, you know. Like
yeah,
I'm assuming you're like in your 30s, yeah.
I'm 30. Yes.
Yeah, I thought you would be about that kind of age. But we get a lot of like teenagers and guys who are 20, 21, this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I know where you're going with this. I think.
well, maybe I do, maybe you do, maybe you don't. I just think so many young men today, particularly, don't have dads. Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
all the single mothers and all this kind of shit, you know.
But I think on
Have you got
general,
any
young men
advice?
are young
Have you?
men are inexperienced, and
Yeah,
they try to prove themselves by fighting, by asserting dominance over others, by demeaning others, things like these.
yeah.
It's just how things go. I mean,
Have you got any advice that you would give to like young fellas who are watching this and who are maybe
well,
watching this?
from my own experience, don't get ahead of yourself would be my main advice. It's don't be hasty about things. I mean, like I've slept with so many women when I was younger, and it's it's just a waste of time, really,
Mm-hmm.
when you
Mm-hmm.
come down to it, because unless you get an actual stable relationship, which you have something out of, it's just very momentary dopamine, really
Yep.
speaking.
Yep.
So it's actually not that interesting. So like, and everything will come to you in due time over the course of years.
Okay, okay. Let me make this a little bit clearer before we talk to Sojo, who has joined us. Hello, Sojo.
Good.
Um, if you were giving some advice to like young fellows who were maybe 18, 19, 20, this kind of age,
Yeah. Well,
um,
what
uh,
kind? Economic
and,
relation?
yeah, and they're kind of worried, like they don't know what they're going to do for a job. They're worried about meeting a
Oh, okay.
decent girlfriend, this kind of shit. What would you say?
Well, economically, I will definitely say learn a trade. I've got a university education. I've got a degree in econometrics, and I don't work in that field because I got fucking tired of working in an office. It's boring, and you get paid a little bit less, but you still get a decent wage if you learn plumbing or electricians or anything like that.
Yep.
If you get trade, and it's not hard, like electrician or plumber, you just need a few basic ideas. It's a 2 year or so education, and you'll be set for life. And you can always switch. My basic idea is I'll be doing trades until I get tired of it, then I'll switch back to working in an office because I've got both those degrees. So get a trade. It's a great way to earn a living. You can do it independently. You don't have to be dependent on a boss, which is a great boon these days, because if you are
Yes.
dependent on an office, a boss, well, and if you ever get, like, I've been in the news, man. I've been doxxed. I've been fired for politics. Um, if you have skills that are valuable, despite that, uh, people will care a lot less about your politics.
Yeah.
So that's a valuable thing. In terms of relationships, I personally absolutely hate women because of what they are. And after a certain point, like at first, you really want to sleep with a woman, and after a while, it's like they're too much of a hassle. Um, just find one you can bear is really my advice. Find one you can actually deal with. That's the best you can do. Don't even care about looks. Like if they can if they can reproduce and they are bearable, and you don't go mad dealing with them, that's good enough. That'd be my advice on women.
The last woman I knocked around with, like seriously, I left her because she was so boring. I mean, it's like she had nothing to say.
Yeah, that's
but
one of the
anyway.
things. Irrationality with women is always the thing that annoys me so much. That they'll be something like, oh, they'll be angry about something, and that they won't tell you what, and you have to like hear the like it's almost like to the point that you have to start torturing them to start knowing what they are complaining about. And then they'll say, "I had a dream."
No
and
comment.
you
No
cheated on me."
comment. No comment. No comment.
Yeah, and they'll have like, I had a dream, and in my dream you cheated on me, and that's why I'm angry.
Yeah.
I'm like, bitch, why? But that sort of thing is real. That's what happens, and yeah, I cannot deal with
I
that.
went out with this girl, and she was cute. She was cute generally, and like she cooked me a meal, and wear just an apron, you know, and heels.
Mhm.
But she was just so fucking boring. It was like
I don't allow women in the kitchen.
she couldn't have a conversation. It was impossible because she had no opinion about anything that was worth.
Well, actually, that sounds perfect. If she keeps her mouth shut, that's actually perfect.
Yeah. You know what? I have wavered all my life between like you're real on bimbo, like big tits and all this shit. And
you will find
I've
one woman,
wavered.
like throughout your life, you will find one woman who is perfect, who is intelligent, and who shares your ideas. And you'll fuck it up, and she'll slip away, and you will regret it forever. And if you actually get stuck on that woman, you'll destroy your life. So don't do that. So never regret anything.
I had that
have
one.
any regrets.
I had that one, and I nearly did damn well destroy my life. But yeah, absolutely. And
also make sure you're
not
a better
alive
cook.
anymore.
Make sure you're a better cook than a woman, because that's the only skills you could potentially be better at than you.
I've always been better cooks than most of the women I knew. But
yeah, most of the chefs in the world are men.
Always. Sojo, how you going, mate?
I'm good, thank you.
Come on, you've been sniping from the chat for hours. You've got to like make some wonderful.
What's your opinion on women? Then give us your take.
Yeah, absolutely. I've never heard that. I think so.
To be honest with you, I don't really want to talk about women right now because I'm kind of in a
relationship.
No, it's there's like a bird at the local corner shop, I suppose you could call it, and like we've been flirting, and now she's like
here he goes.
It's kind of fun because like my Spanish is really fucking bad and her English is really fucking bad.
So you're dating like an Hispanic.
Is she cute?
Yeah, I don't know what she is. I've got a feeling that she's an Argentinian. I don't know, but yeah, it's kind of I don't know where things are going in a minute. So
you know, Sojo Faust. Sojo is in like this little principality quite close to the Mediterranean.
There are like there's Monaco.
I'm not saying what. I'm trying not to identify.
And then there's the one next to Aragon.
I'm trying not to identify it.
You already said principality. Like, how many are there, you idiot?
Yeah, there's about 4. There's about 4. That's fine. I don't mind. 1 of 4. I don't think Sojo is going to be too scared.
I do believe you're on holiday there, right?
No, he lives there, mate.
Well, now you fucked it, didn't you?
It's no secret anyway. So
no, he lives there.
So why are you a filthy expat then?
Why am I?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd be lying if I said it. Primarily, it wasn't money. It is, but also the climate is slightly better here. And that's really primarily why I moved. And also, basically, it is effectively like a sort of conservative European ethno-state, if we're being absolutely honest.
No, were you there?
Yeah, the sole one of the few thousand English expats that are here. Yeah,
The few thousand, you say? Well, there you go.
yeah,
already.
yeah. There's not that many of us. Yeah.
Faust, have you ever been to South Africa?
I have not. No.
Have you ever wanted to go to South Africa?
No, like I said earlier, I have firmly made the decision. I am never setting foot outside.
Yeah,
of
yeah,
Europe.
no. But you won't even visit somewhere else. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe carrying a nuclear weapon, but otherwise, no.
Really? Why so?
Because everywhere outside of Europe is shit.
But it isn't. I mean, like
Yeah,
South
but it
Africa.
is.
That's not true.
No,
though, is it?
no,
I mean,
no. It's not. South Africa is one of the most beautiful nations in
I
the
do not care.
universe.
Are
Do you
there
not think
non-whites there? Is the infrastructure shit? Okay.
No. Hang
No
on.
enough.
Faust. All right. Let me tell you, man. You've got loads and loads of Afrikaners who are your, as you say, their DNA related to you. All right. They adore South Africa and they would never leave it.
I know they
why?
do.
It's because, but you have to understand how beautiful it is. Like,
Firstly, beauty is
hang
subjective.
on. Wait a minute, mate. I've been all over Australia, okay, and there are some absolutely drop dead gorgeous bits of Australia.
I nuke all of it.
I've been all over. I know more. You might, but I've been all over. I've been all over Britain, and I've been over a fair bit.
Yeah, Britain's Europe, though. I mean, we need to get rid of some waterways, but otherwise, yeah.
I've been all over Britain, and it's absolutely beautiful in many places, and it really is. And I've been over other bits of the world, like Asia and America and so on. Well, I've been about 59 countries, something like that, in my life.
Yeah, well, waste of time.
No. Of all the places I've been in my life, I would say South Africa is, in terms of the scenery, is probably the most varied and beautiful. South Africa is
great.
just a drop
Sounds to me like you're just cucking for experiences. You're like a teenage girl who likes traveling.
I think there are.
You think? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. There is the new world does, I think, objectively have better climate, more resources.
What's better? That's a subjective opinion.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree on the new world, but South Africa is probably the most beautiful bit of the world, probably.
You don't need to go anywhere more warm than southern France or anywhere more cold than Svalbard. That's about it.
But Europe is very limited in its natural resources, say compared to the bounty of America.
Yeah, we got the best resources there are. IQ.
That's
used to have, but it's been going down for some time.
Yeah, because we've been importing.
Well, yeah, and also our education system has been getting worse and worse.
But then again, if you put Europeans in a natural environment where the natural resources of the environment is greater than Europe, then it's that's surely objectively better.
Okay, so we nuke everyone else and then we take over.
Come
on, Faust, you don't really believe that.
Well, we can use machine guns too, but I think that's a little more slow.
I don't think Faust really believes that, folks. I think this is.
Look,
we're going one drink beyond.
This is the Anglo who says, yes, we proudly colonized 30% of the world.
Yep.
But oh no, it would be terrible if we exploited anyone.
No, I don't say that. I just say we shouldn't nuke anyone. Different.
Oh yeah, no, you want to make it more painful.
More efficient.
Yeah, but I mean,
a bit more famine.
No.
Europeans already control most of the landmass that's got any kind of value to it.
Do we really?
South America, North America. What are we actually missing that's of value?
Do we actually control it though?
Not too much now.
No.
I would say that certainly in South America that the it seems quite clear to me that the people of European descent still run those places.
I mean, visibly, but not. I mean, who controls the banks? Who controls the mortgages? I mean, some of the farmers who control the land are white, but I mean, the real power centers aren't controlled by us, right? So,
Really?
no, I don't
Do you,
think
do you,
so.
want- do you want to handle this?
I'm
this is going where I think it's going.
No, I'm not saying it's a specific group of any kind. I just think that
Okay.
it's even if they're white, they're not acting in white interests, are they?
No, but that's what I say about. I don't think that there is like a
That's
sort of
true.
white. I don't think there's a white racial consciousness. White people don't conceive of themselves in that way.
No,
That's why I said what I said about South Africa.
I don't think they should think of themselves as white. See, I prefer the way where you Anglos think of yourselves as like Australia's ours, New Zealand is ours, and whatever, and Canada and all that. And then, Indonesia is ours, and we fight over territory and resources. I prefer that way over. We've manipulated the central bank interest rate by 0.5% this week, and therefore we have now managed this in this market and outcompeted this in this group, and therefore China can produce this and this amount of resources. And I'm not sure that I really like that way of doing things. I prefer the more direct, aristocratic way of things.
Faust, is Suriname still Dutch?
Suriname, no. We let it go in 1975, but you know what's funny?
What?
Half the population moved to the Netherlands.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
That's always the problem.
Yes. They didn't want independence, actually. It's the same with Curacao and the Antilles. We still have those as colonies. They don't want independence. Because they're
I've been to some of the Dutch islands in the Caribbean. They're cute, actually. Quite nice.
I'm sure they are, but they are a money drain. And we want to give them independence, and they don't want it because we are giving them money.
So do you send warships out there and this kind of stuff still?
Yeah, the Marines train over there.
Well, wouldn't that be useful?
For what? Are there swamps and mangrove forests and tropical forest in the Netherlands?
Probably not.
No, there aren't. So who cares?
But you would need your Marines to be trained for that stuff, wouldn't you?
Why?
Well, for when you need to fight somewhere that's not the Netherlands.
Yeah, and why would we ever do that?
Hang on. That's a strange attitude for a national.
I don't think so. I think the only reason you'd be doing that is because you're a part of NATO and you're a slave of the Americans and fighting for their as a sort of like auxiliary to their legionaries.
So you would like to give up all the Dutch colonies around the world?
Yeah.
Really?
What use are they?
I don't know. Place in the sun? To quote Bismarck.
I don't know. I think that's a bit of an outdated concept. I think the Netherlands, like, we've got the biggest port in Europe. We've got per capita the most companies. We produce.
But you also said it's a giant city.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue, yes.
So you need a bit of like wild stuff, don't you?
Yeah, all across halfway across the world, do we?
Well, I don't know how people can survive if they.
Well, I think we should annex Belgium and take the Ardennes, actually.
Yeah, all right, I see that, but that's not going to happen, is it?
Most of my answers, most of my solutions to basically everything will be we need to annex Belgium.
Yeah, I do see that, and I've seen you say it before. But what I'm saying is, it's not a realistic solution, is it? Really?
I think so. Like 75% of the Dutch population is in favor of unification, and in Belgium, the majority of the Flemish are in favor, but the Wallonians aren't. But
here we
still,
go. Freeman in the Sand, who is the Belgian, is in the chat. So there we go.
Oh, that cunt.
No, he's actually not. He's actually quite a nice guy. I know him.
No, he's a Wallonian. He's not even a human.
Yeah, no, I think he's not a bad guy, Faust. I've got to say so because I've known him for ages. I
don't care. He's Wallonian.
I knew him before I knew you, so he's
So
not
that's
a bad
not my
guy.
problem. He's a Wallonian. I know who he is.
Yeah, I know who he is too. But I just think, like, we all need, like, wild places somewhere.
Yeah, I agree.
And
That's why we need the Ardennes.
but there isn't a lot of room for that in the modern Netherlands.
No, it's. Do you understand how overpopulated this place is? We are the 12th most populated country in the world.
Well, even worse than Britain.
Yeah, way worse. You're like 40th.
Wow. I think we're about 27th, but yeah, all right.
Yeah, but you got to take into account like Scotland and Wales, where there's basically no one.
Yeah, well, Wales is not as empty as you think, but bits of Scotland are for sure. Yeah.
Wales is pretty empty. Like, how many Welsh are there? 8 million?
There's still, like, Wales is not that empty,
Wales is bigger than the Netherlands with less population.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, Netherlands is a pretty small place. But Scotland, yeah, there's a lot of empty places in Scotland, thank God. Yeah, I mean, I remember I once got up one morning and I thought, fuck me, I'm driving to Scotland. So it was a Saturday morning. I just got up, got in my car, and about 14 hours later, I was in the middle of nowhere. It was.
I once took a camping trip on foot from Edinburgh to Inverness.
That would be cool. That would be cool indeed.
Scotland is very beautiful, and
yes, it is.
I lived in London for about 6 months. I actually used to like.
That's a show.
Yeah, but I got to a lot of places. I went to Oxford and I went to
Oxford's
a lot of places, Birmingham and countryside, Cornwall, Portsmouth. I went to a lot of places in England. I know your culture. See, this is a thing. I hate you so much because I know who you are.
You don't know us that much, man.
I think you could do a lot better, but
you pretend you hate us more than you really do.
Sure, to an extent that's true, but I also think you are very much the cause of a lot of our problems.
You might even be right to some point. Sergio, what are you writing about that stuff, man?
Yeah, man. I suppose. Go on.
Faust doesn't really hate us. I don't think. I think he, like.
I think he's a bit disappointed. I think he's disappointed in the sense that there is this sort of like online nationalist community, and it's primarily English speaking, and it's like it is a bit sad that there doesn't appear to be much of a sort of European scene, and maybe
that's sad.
You're a bit lonely and need some friends. That's what it sounds like.
I guess to an extent that is actually true, because I prefer to talk to you guys because I do not want to talk to the Americans.
Who does?
Yeah, right.
Who does? Yeah.
And there's a lot of you guys. That's what I'm constantly surprised about. There's so many English YouTubers and content producers. English, British, like there's Scottish as well, and Welsh and whatever, and even Irish. But it's not true that there's nothing happening on the continent actually. But they don't have an international perspective. Germans stream for Germans. I talk to the Germans. I speak German fluently. I talk to them quite a lot. But French, they make French content, and so on and so on. So there isn't that much interaction, really.
I don't know. I'm happy to have Faust. I think he's a much more decent chap than he sometimes initially comes across as.
Oh no, I like to wind you people up.
Yeah, you come up with jokes, but I also like. I'm really, really, really fond of South Africans. I like English-speaking South Africans.
I
And
don't. I like Dutch ones.
Yeah, I don't think you know many English-speaking South Africans.
I know a few.
Yeah, I don't think you know many. But I also absolutely like Afrikaans-speaking South Africans. I think that's where we actually come into, I don't know, what's the word? We somehow get to the same sort of thing. Because South Africa, for the Afrikaners, is very much the same sort of thing as Australia or New Zealand or Canada is for the Anglos.
Mm-hmm.
That's my own opinion. I don't know what you think. Faust, Sojo, what do you think about that?
Go ahead, you first.
What even is the question, Duke?
Well, I'm just saying that I think that, like, for Dutch people, South Africa is almost the same sort of thing as Australia or New Zealand or Canada, or Anglos.
Yeah, there's that you can draw similarities, but I think in the national context, what you have to remember is that the idea of like caring about the Commonwealth or Dutch people caring about South African, that in itself is a niche view, and the mainstream public in England and Scotland and in the Netherlands really don't give a shit about that. They want their bins empty. They want their schools to be.
You're exaggerating as always, Sojo.
I'm not. I don't think I'm exaggerating. I think that you've just got.
I think he is right. We
have grandiose views of our politics, but the average person just really doesn't care. I mean, it's part of their psyche, a part of their history, but they don't care about it in the same way that we do.
See, one of the reasons I like to work below my education level is because whenever I work with common people, I can just say the most racist things I want because everyone in the Netherlands hates Muslims. And one of the funny things is over here, it's much more acceptable than in other European countries to say that. And that is one of the things Wilders has done. So I think a difference is, to one extent, is if it isn't Britain, then Germany, but one of you two is absolutely the worst police state at this point in Europe. And over here, we can still say fair amount of things. So yeah, I think he is right that most people don't care about these political issues, but people feel things in their stomach. They feel things are wrong, and when things are wrong, they will do that. And over here, they can do that a little bit more freely, and you see the results. We have got a big populist movement, and you don't.
Yeah, but you've also got, say, proportional representation system, and we don't. I think
that's exactly the thing. Yes,
because that does mean that you actually get some representation. You know,
not just some, 30%.
30%, and I think having first past the post, that does prevent.
Yeah, it does.
That does prevent groups from popping up. I mean, you get things like UKIP, but they don't last. That's the problem. They don't last.
Yeah, but UKIP tore itself apart, let's be honest.
But that's the thing. Like, you get a lot of clowns. Like, one of the advantages of having a big online movement like you guys have, you can reach out to a lot of people. You can communicate a lot of ideas, and you can communicate whatever the meme is or whatever the news story is of the week easily. And we can't do that over here. But one advantage we have is that whenever there's drama is not big. Drama does not get explored very much. So whenever there's a Sargon or when there's an infighting or whatever, it doesn't really affect that many people because who's going to hammer on it? Who's going to try to grift off it? There's no one who is going to try to grift off it.
Yeah, you can make money in the Anglosphere by being a right-wing person who slags off supposedly right-wing people. Yeah, you're right there.
I'm not sure that I really agree with that. I mean, nobody in this scene is making any money. Not money that I would.
Oh, come on, come on.
Well, let me list a few examples. TRS,
They're not.
Countercurrents.
They've been. I don't really know a great deal about TRS anymore, but the last thing that I heard was that they had their payment processor removed. So
Yeah,
they must
they still have American audiences and
So,
checks.
Joe, I would say Sargon, or whatever he calls him. What is it, Logotheus or whatever nonsense?
I wouldn't consider Sargon to be a grifter.
No, but
I
he
would.
makes
What does he?
Well,
What has he said of value?
Yeah, he makes money by like coming out with Jordan Peterson style takes.
Well, that's what he's just a sort of centre-right social commentator. I'm not going to hold that against him. Otherwise, we're holding people to our standards and to our politics.
That's exactly
No.
right.
I don't think Sargon needs to necessarily say, kick out the Jews and all the blacks.
Nor do I.
Anything like that, right? But he doesn't need to go that far. But
he could
at least have his own opinions and his own ideas rather than repeating like the 1500 take on John Locke.
Yeah, but the problem is, what if that actually is his sincerely held belief? Because God's Own Prototype said in the chat, unfortunately, we have a grandiose view of our own. We have a grandiose view of our own people, and I'm sorry to say, but I think most of our people are quite honestly lost. They believe in liberalism.
Yeah. On the other hand, you underestimate the common man. The common man does not like what's happening. And all he needs, and I think you can grab quite a few Jonathan Bowden speeches and mash them together.
Have to agree with Faust on this one.
I agree with I do agree, but I don't agree. There's this kind of dualism in me where I loathe the general public, but at the same time I know instinctively.
That's your fundamental mistake.
But
your fundamental mistake is loathing the general public. I love the common man. I work with the common man. I deal with the common man every day.
So Joe, you're all right. There are things that like the common public don't get right at all because they're bloody morons. But the basic stuff, yes, they get better than many of us do. I think, anyway. That's just my own view.
In the Netherlands, we tend to measure each other on what wages we earn. And on the whole, if you earn less than 36,000 euros a year, you're a working class man. And I'm a working class man.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and in a lot of countries that would be wealthy. And, I'm a working class man. Most people are working class people. And those people, in their gut feeling, they'll say, I'm not racist, but there's really a lot of Turks over here. Or I'm not racist, but, these Antillians are all thieving bastards. So I like the common man. Like the actual common man is my kind of guy.
They have common sense.
Yes, they know, they realize what's around them.
I mean, come on, Sergio, you moved and... From what I've heard from you, most of that move, was a good deal from what you've said.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. I mean, to my own credit, I did say that there is a kind of dualism in me, in the sense that, in one respect, in some moments I sort of loathe the public, and then in other times I love them, and it's this.
Yeah.
These two emotions vie with me at the same time. It's like
totally correct.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. You just need to select for the lower IQ bell curve.
Yeah, no, I think Sojo is speaking the truth. Because
I've been in both of those.
I get it too.
Degree and I work in a lower level, and it's like just fuck it, University people. I've got friends who are extremely far right on a higher level, and they can explain to you everything about it. But those are like
not always right.
Yeah, and I can walk up to a guy who is sort of working class, and I can say, "Fucking Moroccans, eh?" And they'll be like, "Yeah, fucking Moroccans." But
Faust, what I'm trying to say is, I think there is some kind of let me think how to explain this. There's some kind of common working man way that in most European countries, and certainly in Britain, and I'm sure also in the Netherlands, there is a certain truth that most of these guys know, which is kind of what I think both you and Sojo are trying to say. But they can't, like, they can't explain it philosophically, but they understand what the fuck's happening, you know?
Yeah, exactly. But that's exactly the thing. I'll be the guy. I'll go up to these guys. I work with these guys, and I'll be the guy who says, "Fucking Moroccans." They'll agree with me, and then I'll be like, "Do you want me to explain to you what statistics are?" And that's kind of how I go about this. Like, I think I would be a great trade union leader if we had right-wing trade unions. I've thought a lot about a trade union.
If only. Well, they started off as right-wing trade unions. Actually.
Not really. They were always Marxist, but it's actually very difficult to launch a union over here. I've tried it. Well, I've sort of looked into the paperwork and how it goes, and you need like 50,000 members to launch one over here.
All right, I'm going to come up with a couple of questions here. First one for both of you is, should white South Africans have some right of living in Western nations, Western European nations? Because I certainly would say yes, obviously.
I'll let the other Englishman go first.
Thank you. Well, of course. I mean, to me, it seems to go without saying. But again, it's just Duke. It's kind of like a wish list. You know, what would I do in my ideal world? I mean, yeah, for sure.
This is what my channel is about. What would I do in my ideal world?
It kind of depends.
There would be a lot of Russell Terriers.
Yeah, absolutely. More Jack Russell Terriers, always. Brown and white angels.
But Duke, it depends, doesn't it? If you, I mean, I've met some South Africans who, you know, have got English passports because their parents were, you know, English. It depends what, if you're of really old stock in South Africa, you're kind of fucked.
Well, you're kind of fucked because you want to stay there. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the question you asked. You said, should they have the right to migrate back to
and I think
Netherlands or England?
I think they should. Yeah, I absolutely think they should.
Well, you want my opinion?
Go on.
You've got no right to them.
Right.
They're only allowed to migrate to our homeland.
You
do not get to exploit. You do not get to exploit our people in your countries.
Some of them are English speaking, Faust.
Nah, fuck them. I don't care.
Okay. Well, we can have those then. Yeah.
Yeah, you can have those. Who cares?
All right. There we go.
I just want the Dutch speaking ones.
So we agree.
Provided they pass a genetic test, of course.
Okay then. Well, I'm happy with that. Next thing, and this is something I'm going to do a stream about shortly, but we've got to do more of this. We have loads of very young men watching our streams.
Yes.
And they haven't got a clue about anything for one reason or for one reason or another. Like many of them, single mother families, whoa, all that shit. So I'm going to ask you two guys. If you were the dad of, let's say, a 19, 20-year-old, what would be
son or daughter?
If you were the dad of a 19, 20-year-old son, I think daughters have plenty of advice these days. But if you were the dad of a 19, 20-year-old son, what would be the main advice you would give him at the moment? 10 minutes worth of advice.
10 minutes? Jesus, man.
Yeah, you can take as long as you need, is what I mean.
Well, I'd hope I'd have raised them a little bit at that point to at least know how to counterpunch, but
yeah, that'd be good a plan.
if I would look at my own 20-year-old self, like when I was 20, and what advice I would have appreciated from my father,
Good way to do it.
I would kind of repeat the things I said earlier. Is just learn some kind of skill. It doesn't matter what kind of skill. It doesn't matter if it's intellectual or physical. Preferably physical, probably at this point. But learn a skill that you can actually rely on for the rest of your life. Because even if you're not going to use it, it's always a useful fallback. If you're gonna like learn to be a plumber, maybe you're never going to be a plumber, but if you're ever in a tight spot, you can always just go back to being a plumber. Uh, that's just very useful. I found in my own life, and I wish my dad would have told me that when I was a lot younger, because I spent like from my 18 to my 2016 university, so way too long. Um, but if you're going to be an accountant and you can fall back on accountancy, that's just fine as well. But just have a skill you can fall back on. It's always useful. If you're going to be some kind of idiot who's going to go to Bali, traveling around the world, doing whatever, have something to fall back on, some kind of skill. That would be my primary advice. Yeah, and don't give a fuck about women. Never ever care what women think about anything.
Good one. Good one. Sergio, your turn.
I'm going to take the complete opposite view of Faust and say, actually, try and live a glorious life and do something reckless and stupid.
Not achievable. Not achievable.
Just give it a go and chase your dreams is what I would say.
Throw yourself on the cliff, mate. It'll be cool. I'll film it.
Listen.
No. I mean, no, Duke. I mean,
Faust, I'll let you reply in a minute, but let him finish.
I mean, Duke, I could sit here and say, oh, well, you need to make sure that you get the best grades that you can get and get the best job that you can get. And so you've got the best earning potential. Yeah, I mean, certainly. These kind of things, in my view, go without saying. But these are exceptionally material concerns. And it's not like material concerns are not important.
Wait, I'm Dutch. What do you think you're going to get?
Yeah, Mr. Merchant. I mean, Anglos and Dutch. We're like two peas in a pod. Come on. I mean, we are the merchant masters. So, there's no doubt that the material aspect of life is important, and having money and being wealthy and being comfortable is, it's a nice place to be.
It's not about being comfortable. It's just having. If you've got a skill, you can fall back on to survive at any point. That's kind of what I've experienced in my life. Is if you've got something reliable to fall back on, and you fuck up everything, you can always just say, I'm just gonna go work construction, and I know how to do this for a while, and I'll just be fine. And it's just useful to have that.
No, I understand, but it's the mindset behind that. It's the presupposition already that I could fail, and I need something that I can fall back on in the worst case scenario. Whereas I kind of think to myself, just where is the indignity in failure? Because that is the part and parcel.
The indignity in failure is you not reproducing and you fucking up your life.
Oh, is that necessarily a fuck up?
How old are you?
I am 37 this year. Jesus,
and you're still this naive.
I don't live where I live for no reason. So I've done pretty all right for myself.
Okay, then you're maybe projecting from a point of the bell curve where the other shouldn't be.
But again, yes, that's maybe sure. It's like you have to take each person on a case-by-case basis. Maybe sure.
No, you can't do that. That's not how statistics work, does it?
Faust,
in terms of giving it.
Hang on, Faust.
In terms of giving advice, it may be.
Faust.
Yeah.
I've known Sergio for ages. He's doing pretty well.
I understand that, but you have to understand, if you're giving advice, you've got to take a sample population. Okay, statistics.
No. Whoa.
I don't disagree with this, actually.
Yeah, but actually, that's not what I was trying to get to happen. Look, Faust, you're reasonably successful in what you do. I know that Sojo's reasonably successful in what he does. I was just a fucking soldier, mate. I was all right.
Yeah.
But all I'm trying to get is to give some advice to our people. In the way they might get on.
Like, what kind of IQ range, what kind of education level, and what kind of income are you looking at? Because
absolutely.
otherwise, it's going to be very vague.
True.
Like my sort of advice applies very generally, but would apply mostly to people on the 100 or lower side of the IQ belt. Now, if you want, my advice about how to invest finances, I can do that too.
Faust. Mine, if you looked at me, would be on the 158 IQ belt.
158.
Yeah.
You actually believe you've got 158 IQ?
No, not at all, man. I'm just lying. But the point I'm trying to make is that Sojo is giving his advice for people on that side, and you're not really fair to keep interrupting him. That's all I'm saying.
I know, Sojo, it's all right.
All right.
It's good to sort of thrash through the ideas, but I just wanted to sort of offer a counter to what Faust was saying, because Faust is coming from a sort of very materialist view, I suppose, very practical, very
very good. I like most of Faust's advice. I think it's
absolutely good. I could also give that side of the argument as well, and again, that's why I say it really depends on a case-by-case basis, because it's like, yes, depending on where the person is, they're 20 years old, first of all, well, what's their sort of academic ability? Ultimately, sort of the broad guiding principle would be the best that you can be. And that means if you're very intelligent, then you should push yourself to higher things. If you're not so intelligent, then
that might disappoint you, though. I've got an academic degree, and I don't work in academia because I find office work absolutely boring.
But the problem here is that if you hadn't have done that and made that mistake, you wouldn't have learned that lesson. So in many ways, it's actually hard to give advice to people because you don't know what their actual sort of individual preferences are.
I think traditional society actually did kind of know that, because either they would force you to deal with it one way or another. Either you would, by class, become better or worse. And there was some form of meritocracy. So if you were a very good foreman as a bricklayer, you could move up. And if you were a very terrible clerk, you'd have to move down.
I'd say that still exists. I mean, particularly in a market economy, I think that still exists. I think if anything, that's amplified.
No, not at all. In the company I currently work at, the amount of office to actual workers is like 3-1, and that's because of government subsidy mostly.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
I work in green energy stuff, so that's why.
Aha, okay, interesting. The plot thickens.
Well, I've told this many times. I'm my education is as an econometrist, but I work in electrical related fields. So solar panels, windmills, energy saving.
How many birds do you think the windmills kill, Phil?
Not enough.
Well, you don't like birds.
Well, the windmills aren't the windmill, like the windmills that kill birds are
wind turbines, I should say.
Yeah. Those are the really tall ones. The ones we plant in.
I'm not talking about the traditional Dutch windmills, which are.
No, I know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah.
The ones we plant are usually out on sea in the Netherlands. We put them out on sea.
So how many birds do they kill, do you reckon?
Not that many, because they're too far out from the coast.
So they don't kill seabirds, you don't think?
Maybe a few, but not that many. Actually, it's actually good for the ocean floor wildlife, like clams and things like that.
But not good
because
for the birds.
Yeah, but the birds wouldn't be that far out to sea. We put those windmills like
The
30 kilometers.
seabirds would be out that far to sea, mate. They
30
would.
kilometers out from the coast, not really.
Yeah, the seabirds in the middle of the Atlantic and the middle of the Pacific.
There are not seabirds in the middle of the Atlantic. They cannot fly that far, and they wouldn't for any reason.
You're not right, mate. You're totally wrong about that. Forgive me, but you're totally wrong about that.
What would what kind of
albatross?
Okay, an albatross. Yeah, I was gonna say an albatross. Yeah, an albatross maybe. Now you see the thing with the albatross is what we do is we shoot them, and then we put them around our neck, and then we sing a song.
You're a strange. Sometimes, Faust, you're a strange chap. You almost have a British sense of humor. Almost.
I know, that's the thing. I've been too influenced by you, but I can't quite.
Yeah.
I bet Faust loves watching things like 40 Towers and all these old British classics.
No,
he wouldn't get the humor.
I absolutely hate those because I think they are.
Yeah. He wouldn't get the humor.
No. I get the humor, but the thing is, I don't laugh because it's like.
No, I'm joking.
That's. I will point my finger.
You know
and I will
what,
say,
mate? You are the most. I actually like you more than almost any supposedly anti-British person I've ever met. Because you're not.
But I am anti-British because I understand you.
Yeah, but you're not really anti-British. You see, you're not.
I
worked this out some time ago. You're not.
Well, I don't know actually. I think
he's in the closet. It's in the closet.
He's in the
closet about his affection for the Anglo.
Well, I think maybe if you'd done better on a few things.
I know. Listen, I would totally agree with you.
Like you guys invented liberalism and the Magna Carta and the Bill of Rights and utilitarianism and all this stuff. True. And I like okay, let's disregard all the rest. Utilitarianism alone as a moral philosophy. That's despicable.
Yeah, it wasn't very good. I agree totally.
So there's just so many things I can look at Anglos and I think, just why? But I know Anglo culture quite well. I know you're Monty Pythons, and I know you're.
But you know, Anglo and Dutch culture is so close.
No, you'd think so, but I don't think I can understand English culture because if you speak English, it's easier. But I don't think you guys would actually get what we do over here. See, Dutch people are direct.
Faust, what was the hardest battle that Nelson's Navy had in the Napoleonic Wars?
Well, if you're gonna say 1796 against the Dutch Navy, but I'd say Trafalgar.
Camperdown.
Yeah, but I'd say Trafalgar actually.
No, Camperdown was far harder.
No, but Camperdown was when our crews were demotivated and.
Yeah, but Camperdown was a much harder battle. Like the Royal Navy ships.
Yeah, but maybe you just weren't prepared. I don't know.
No, the Royal Navy ships took more damage, and far fewer Dutch ships were captured because it was against the Dutch Navy, who fought as hard as the British Navy did. And that's the truth. They just did. Whereas the Franco-Spanish Navy at Trafalgar were destroyed. I mean, some ships fought fairly hard, but basically they were destroyed by the Royal Navy. But Camperdown was a hard-fought battle right till the end. And loads
are you
of
sure
British
you're not talking about the first Battle of Camperdown in the Second Anglo-Dutch War?
No, I'm talking about Camperdown in 1802 or 1803.
I think 1796 you mean, but...
Yeah, it was the last Camperdown. It was the last Camperdown battle. It was damn hard. And there was a Scottish admiral in charge of the British fleet.
Well, that probably fucked it.
No, he was a damn good admiral and very popular too.
Probably blitzed on Scotch and haggis.
Absolutely not. Okay, you're being pissed now, man. But he was he was a really good British admiral, Royal Navy admiral, and that was the hardest battle the Royal Navy had in the whole of the Napoleonic Wars, and it was against the Dutch.
Sure, I'll believe, but again, you didn't have much of a challenge. Let's be honest. You had
No,
Trafalgar.
not true, not true. He had a second-rate Royal Navy fleet. It
Right.
wasn't. It wasn't the sort of fleet that Nelson
how many
had.
battles? How many battles did you have? You had Trafalgar. You had Denmark.
Glorious 1st of June, Denmark, another Nile, etc.
Yeah, Nile. Yeah, and
there were loads. Man.
Naples squadron. Not that many though. I don't think that. Like in terms of like naval engagements, the Napoleonic Wars actually didn't have that many.
Oh, that's not true, Faust. Honestly.
It was mostly a continental war.
That's not true, man.
Yeah, I think it is, though.
No, you don't. You just haven't looked at the naval history.
The French didn't send a squadron to help Haiti. They didn't send a squadron to help Louisiana.
Well, they tried, but they couldn't get them there because the Royal Navy killed them.
You took over South Africa. You took over Indonesia and Ceylon.
Yep. All true.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think you had that much of a challenge, really.
You
nothing
really
to get out of Europe.
How many frigate actions do you think there were in the Napoleonic Wars?
Yeah, sure, but those aren't battles.
Try standing on the gun deck of that ship and say it's not a battle.
Oh, I'll tell them. I'll whip my dick out and I say, "This isn't a fight, you fucking cowards."
Right. So there were loads of those.
Yeah.
And in terms of full-on naval battles, there were at least 24.
Yeah, but like, look at the 7 Years' War. There were a lot more. Like the 7 Years' War was actually quite naval warfare was quite important because a lot of the conflict was actually conducted in America. Well, at least partially. And 1812 as well. Like, why was the English army at Waterloo so shit? Because a lot of your veterans were in 1812 fighting the Americans.
That's true. Yeah. Absolutely true. And even our second-rate troops beat the French. Amazing, eh?
Yeah, with some help from the Dutch, you know.
Yeah, there were a few Dutch troops there.
Yeah, and a few Germans.
And some of the Dutch.
We only made up about 3/4 of the army.
Some of those Dutch troops didn't even run away.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, some of them didn't. A lot of them did, though.
They actually didn't. That's a myth.
You're exaggerating, my friend. Because
the Dutch, the first division and second division stood in the front line just behind Hougemont and held the fucking tree line.
And they didn't run away, not because they were cowards. They didn't run away because they had been fighting for the French just a few months before. That's the difference, mate.
Nah.
It wasn't because they were cowards. It was because they'd been fighting for the French. They didn't want to fight for the British. Or the Germans.
No, I agree.
Or the Germans.
Who would?
Well, I'd fight for the British if it was against...
Yeah, of course you would.
I'd fight for the British if it was against the entire universe.
Yeah, well, good on you, but I would side with Blucher.
I'm sure you would, but Blucher was like... He thought he was pregnant with an elephant.
You know, we all have funny thoughts when we've had a drink too many.
I've never had that for me. Blucher
not specifically an elephant, no, but you know.
Yeah, but Blucher thought he was pregnant with an elephant, and you could either fight for him or you could fight for the Duke of Wellington, who had.
I'd fight for a drunk midget if he was German.
That's no one's fault but your own. But but the Duke of Wellington had beaten every single.
Yeah, but he was fighting second-rate armies in Spain.
But he thought he'd beaten every single French marshal sent against him. And there were many of them.
like what was it, 3 or so? You had
Seven
Soult,
at least.
you had Soult,
Seven
Jean-Marie
seven
de
at
Dieu.
least.
Who else did you have? What was the big victory where the Spanish actually ambushed the French from the back of the mountain?
Had nothing to do with Wellington.
No, he wasn't there. He wasn't there.
It was General Blake. Had nothing to
Victoria,
do with
Battle of Victoria. Could that be?
That was Wellington. Decisive victory against the French.
My memory escapes me right now, but yeah. There was also an engagement where the British had to flee all the way up to the coast.
When?
The ships. 1807, first invasion of Spain, I think.
Oh, hang on. You're talking about Sir John Moore's victory at Corunna, aren't you?
Could be, yeah. Could be.
Yeah, when the French tried to stop the British embarking on the ships of the Royal Navy, but the British beat the French to shit at the Battle of Corunna.
Oh, yeah, a heroic retreat.
That worked well for the French, didn't it?
They still took Spain.
But they didn't capture the British army, did they?
No, but they kept out of Spain.
And within 5 months, there was the Duke of Wellington back in Portugal and beating the French. Surprisingly,
the Duke of Wellington is severely overrated, fighting a bunch of fucking spics and a bunch of second-rate French. And then at Waterloo, he would only barely be saved by the arrival of the Germans. So,
You know that's absolute nonsense, and you just say
that is absolutely true.
No,
there were
it's
never
not.
first-rate troops of the Grande Armée in France. The Grande Armée was in Russia. The Grande Armée was in Spain.
The Grande Armée was destroyed in Russia.
The Grande Armée was never deployed in Spain.
The Grand Army, yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Napoleon took it there when he tried to catch Sir John Moore and failed.
The Grand Armée was first deployed at Calais, where they were exercised and trained. Then
he was taken to Spain by Napoleon to capture Sir John Moore, and it failed totally. But leave all that aside.
They did take Spain. Even if they didn't conquer one British general, they took Spain.
Well, yeah, but they didn't take Portugal, did they?
They took half of Portugal.
Yeah, but they didn't take all of it, did they?
No, they didn't. They didn't.
No.
But the real, whatever victories you had in Iberia would not have mattered.
I thought you were a German nationalist.
Yes.
Why have you suddenly turned into a French nationalist?
Oh, anyone who opposes the Anglos, really.
Okay, so you're just bullshitting again then.
No. I think legitimately, if Napoleon hadn't wasted his 600,000 strong army in Russia, you wouldn't have had a chance to dent him.
Really?
Yeah, I do think so. Because what was Wellington's army at its peak in Spain? Like 80,000 men?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have been able to.
But Napoleon couldn't send 80,000 men to Spain and hold down the rest of Europe, you see.
Not while Russia was in the fight.
But he had to hold down the rest of Europe because the rest of Europe didn't really want to be Napoleon's.
Yeah, that is true. He had to have a lot of garrisons in Russia. Or Germany, actually. Germany. And he had to...
Germany, Austria, Italy.
Austria, Vienna.
He just didn't have enough men.
Well, he did have those 600,000 men to march into Russia. So imagine if he had marched them into Iberia.
Yeah, but Faust, you talk quite often about, the Kaiser and all this stuff, yeah?
Yeah.
The reason...
Kaiser, the held the Scottish focus.
Yeah, but the reason that France had so much fewer men than Germany did in 1914 was largely because of Napoleon.
It
And
was
all
actually
the
because
many
Germans were
killed.
fucking a lot. It's actually not true. Um, if you look at
Uh,
emigration figures, about
mhm.
100 million Germans had actually emigrated, and there were still more Germans than French.
Yeah, but also like Germany had been made into one country during that time.
That also helped, but I mean,
Yeah.
Germans were fucking a lot more. That's just the thing.
No, it's not true. It's
It
actually
is true. I mean, why? Okay, why does America have so many German descendants but not many French
no.
descendants?
I'm not talking
Why
about
does South
that.
America have so many German descendants but not so many French descendants? Right?
I'm not talking about that. Fast. What I'm saying is that so many Frenchmen were killed under Napoleon that not even 5 or 6 decades was enough.
A century and
It wasn't enough to make the number of Frenchmen there needed to be.
the number of Frenchmen there need to be in this world is 0.
Okay, well, look, I'm not a big fan of the French. I'm an Englishman, but the point I would say to you is that Napoleon, the blessed, wonderful god of war of France, whose wonderful tactic was generally a mass
Charge with
center.
the bayonet. Don't care about the bullets.
It was a mass center attack.
Yes.
Which worked against everyone except the British.
Whenever you had support, you mean?
No, it worked against everyone except the British. It never
When the
worked
British had good cavalry, had good artillery.
No, we almost never had good cavalry, and we never had much artillery. It was mainly
No, you had to have your allies to do that, didn't you?
No, that's not true.
Prussian artillery, Prussian cavalry,
you're
Dutch militia, Dutch skirmishers.
Faust, I guess you're getting a bit pissed because you are history better than this. All I'm
I
saying
know that I'm right.
No, you're not, and
Yeah, I am. Now, see, the Battle of Waterloo will have to be a subject. We're just gonna have to research and fight about it.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll do that. Well, I mean, if you like, I'll fight it online with you. But I tell you now that Napoleon killed off so many French people.
I do not care. They
even
are not
by
people.
the First World War, it didn't matter. Sojourner, you're going to sleep, are you?
It's gone. He's pussied out. He couldn't butt in.
He couldn't take it anymore.
I don't get these people, they want to be streamers, but they don't have the charisma, the character, or the strength of personality to just say, I am here, I have my opinion, you are wrong, I am right.
No, I listen, I like Sojo. Sojo's a damn good guy.
He's a weakling.
No, he's a friend of mine. So
he's a weakling.
No, he's not.
Yes, he dropped out, didn't he?
No, he's not dropped out. He'll come back, I'm sure. But
well, in that case, I'm calling him out. He's a weakling. Tell me I'm not. Tell me I'm wrong.
Go on, then. That's up to him. I'm not going to fucking defend him any more than that.
Yeah. What kind of weight class are you in for boxing, anyway?
Me, I'd probably be heavyweight these days. I'm about 200 pounds and 6'2", so.
Yeah, you're a little guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying.
I
get called big fella in Australia, and most Australians are quite big.
I'm in your measurements. Let me think. I'm something.
Yeah, I know. You always say you're huge. I've heard this.
Yeah, there's video footage, so.
I'm not saying you're not. I just to me, it ain't a big deal. It's like you are.
You will notice. Like you're what 200? What? How many pounds did you say?
I'm about 200 pounds, about 6'2".
Okay, I'm about 340 pounds.
That's huge, man.
Yeah.
You must be fat. You must be.
I am a bit fat, but I am also very muscular. So.
No, I'm not saying you're not muscular, but you must be quite fat.
I am at least like 20% body fat. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that. I don't know, man. I was in the army, It's like as people always say, I say.
Were you in the army? Tell me more.
Yeah, and I could still wear the uniform I wore when I was 18. And I'm fucking God. How old am I now? Let me think. I'm 56, mate.
Yeah, I'm 29, so yeah.
I'm 56, and I could still wear the uniform I wore at 18. It would be a little tight in places, but I could still wear it.
Well, the thing is, what's your best deadlift?
Never done any.
What's your best squat?
Never done any.
Huh. Yeah, so you don't train for strength then, do you?
No, I shot a few people.
Yeah, but I mean, when I was 12, I used to shoot ducks and boar. I mean, shooting.
No, I mean people.
Hard.
No, I don't. I used to shoot humans.
Yeah, but that's not that hard. I mean, but you shoot an animal, you shoot a person, and you used to shoot blacks anyway. So who cares?
Do you think that's why I used to shoot? All right, then, if you think so.
I think it's easier.
No, I did too as Northern Ireland before I did anything else.
Oh, you shoot Irish again. I think that's easier.
Wow, I kind of like Irish people, so I wouldn't agree with that. But
well, you're the one shooting them.
Well, I was British.
Yeah, but you're the one who says, I like these Irish. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bam.
But I'll still shoot them, yeah. If they're my enemy, of course.
Well, you know, I'm just saying. It sounds a bit hypocritical, really.
No, they're my enemy. I'm British.
How young would you say is the youngest when you shot?
Jesus Christ. The youngest person I ever shot was about 13.
13. Yeah.
In South Africa, he was about 300 yards away.
Was he black though?
He was carrying an AK-47.
Yeah, but was he black?
In a uniform.
Yeah, but was he black?
Yeah, he was.
Then I don't care.
I did.
Yeah, well.
Gives me nightmares even now.
Well. See, if you shot an Irish guy who was 13, I'd care. But, well, maybe a little. But a black guy, I don't know.
He was 300 fucking meters away, man.
It's not that far.
300 meters is quite a long way. It was just a guy.
300 meters is easily within rifle range.
Yeah, of course it is. It's 3 fucking football fields.
No, football field is like 200 meters.
It's 100 meters, mate.
Is it?
Always.
Well, then, a yard is not a meter.
Same. It's a meter is 1 yard, 3 inches. All right.
Well, either way, I don't think you should feel guilty about it.
I have always felt guilty about it because I put 3 rounds into it. Because he was just a cunt in a uniform carrying a K-47.
Well, he was in a uniform, and he was black.
I couldn't even tell he was black from that distance, mate.
Well, that was South Africa, so pretty good guess.
I don't care. It wasn't very good. All right.
Well, that's your trauma to deal with, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is.
And yeah, what the other guy is saying is like, if you hadn't shot him, well, maybe it shot you.
If he hadn't been carrying a rifle, I wouldn't have shot him at all. But,
no, well.
It doesn't matter. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's like, you do shit. Okay? You do shit.
I have no objections. It's one of the few things you Anglos did well. Cleaning up the place.
Nah, don't agree.
I know you don't. I'm a bit weak on that.
I'm not weak.
It is what you did, though. It is what you did.
Yeah, we were pretty cool back in the day.
Martini Henry rifle. just shoot up a bunch of Zulus.
Well, Muddy Henrys were a single-shot rifle.
Well, good enough, weren't they?
12 rounds a minute max.
Well, that's more than a must.
12 rounds a minute maximum. And the guys that were all stripped, about 130 British soldiers.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
They faced 4,500 Zulu warriors.
Yeah.
Or at least 1,000 of whom had firearms of one sort or another.
Which to me proves two things.
What's that?
The Zulus are shit, and the English at Islandwana were really terrible.
I don't know. I think.
What's the common go-to excuse at Islandwana? They couldn't get the ammunition crates open, right?
No, that's bullshit. That's crap.
Yeah, but that's one of the go-to stories, right?
Yeah, it is, but it's not true.
Yeah, I don't know what is true, but they did get overwhelmed.
Well, 600 soldiers trying to defend several thousand meters of land.
Something like 20,000 Zulus.
22, 23,000 Zulus.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Many of whom had firearms. I've been there many, many times. I used to live like 30 minutes motorcycle ride from that place. And they weren't Welsh, Buff Dragon. Hardly any of them were Welsh.
Well, you had bayonets.
Yeah, and they used them too.
Yeah, well, 600 Europeans can't take 20,000 Africans. I don't believe that.
Well, of course not. But when you get to Royal Drift, you had like about 130 Brits.
There you go.
Many of whom were sick or wounded.
Well, I believe half were Boer, actually.
None of them were Boer.
There were a lot of wounded Boer at the location.
There were no Boers at Rock Strip, mate. Trust me.
I am pretty sure there were.
No, I'm sorry, Faust. There were none.
I'm going to look this up. Hold on.
Go and look it up. The only guy who might have been was, I'm trying to remember what his name was now. He was the only guy who was Isan and Rock Strip. And he was an NCO in the Natal Native contingent. He might have been a Boer, but I'm not sure if he was.
There were at least 11 colonial troops and 4 civilians, so...
But they weren't Boers. Most of them were British volunteer guys because of Natal, like the Natal. The Natal Carbineers, Buffalo Border Guard, people like that. They were local British volunteer guys.
Well, Natal was mostly Dutch, though.
No, it wasn't.
Natal is fucking far away from the Cape.
But it wasn't mostly Dutch. It was mostly British.
I doubt that.
Faust. Even today, right? Even today, Natal is called the last outpost of the British Empire.
Well, I hope it stays.
Guess why? Because it's mostly British. Like Peter Marrott.
No, hold on. Natal is mostly like Gossa.
No, it ain't, mate. It's mostly British and Zulu.
Natal. No, it isn't. No,
yeah, it is.
No, let me look.
Faust, I'm not gonna lie to you, mate. It's mostly British and Zulu, but there are quite a lot of Afrikaners there too.
No. This is majority black, man.
Yeah, everywhere in South Africa is majority black.
Except some places, but yeah.
Natal is Zulu, British, and then Afrikaner.
I think it's mostly Zulu.
Yeah, all right. I'll accept that. It's mostly Zulu, fair enough. But it's Zulu, British, and Afrikaans.
Hold on. It doesn't specify by population.
I bet it don't, but that's the truth. I only lived there for 15 years, mate. I might be totally wrong.
Well, that's the thing is, like, taking someone's experience is actually one of the worst things you can do when it comes to
Yeah, it is. I agree. Totally, yeah.
Because
yeah, absolutely. Doug Breaker in the chat. Absolutely, totally right. Durban is the biggest Indian city outside of the Indian subcontinent.
Yes,
He's
it is.
right.
Indeed.
Yeah, and there are Indians in every single town in Seoul.
And you know how they got there?
I'm guessing the British took them there, mate.
Yes, they did.
For sugarcane, yeah?
Actually, as intermediaries to serve sort of the raw juice.
No, they took them there for sugarcane, really.
Mostly they served the shopkeepers, actually.
No, the British only took those guys there for sugarcane. That's why they were taken there.
What, as planters?
No, to cut the cane, because the Zulus wouldn't do it.
No, maybe. But then again,
not maybe, it's definitely the truth.
Well, all right. If that's the case, it proves the fact that there's a big inherent difference between races, because the Zulus are still poor as shit, stabbing each other with screwdrivers, and the Hindus have shops.
Yeah, the Zulus don't like them much.
No. You know this phenomenon of stabbing each other with screwdrivers?
Nah, never heard of it, mate.
Yeah, that's the thing in South Africa now. They can't get knives because the knives have been banned. So they had machetes.
So you can't buy kitchen knives in South Africa anymore?
Yeah.
I don't believe that for one second.
Well, you can buy kitchen knives if you're the right kind of person, right?
I don't even believe you can't buy kitchen knives in UK. Although I hear Americans saying that all the time.
I believe that is actually true, though.
Okay. Patriotic Archive is asking an interesting question. In actual fact, that unit that ran away from Rockstrift, which is true they did, was a unit with white South African officers and black soldiers. And it had they weren't white ordinary soldiers like they show you in the film. It was a Natal native mounted infantry unit with white officers, about 3 of them, and everyone else was black in that unit, and they ran away. And they were the guys in the movie that ran away. So there you go.
Just call them N-words.
No, let's not do that. At least they don't have a pie. Yeah, it's great now.
I can't understand that you don't hate these people more, having lived with them.
Who am I supposed to hate?
The non-Boer South Africans, let's say.
No, Zulus are good guys.
For example.
The Zulus are good guys. You'll find most of the white South Africans, including the Afrikaner South Africans in KwaZulu-Natal area, like the Zulus. They get on well.
No, they don't. Ramaphosa is a Xhosa, and before him there was a Zulu. What was his name?
Yeah, but understand there's a big difference between a Xhosa and a Zulu. They're not the same.
I know, but both of them are corrupt.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. I'm not disagreeing with that whatsoever. But you will find the vast majority of white South Africans who live on farms in rural northern Natal, for example, are quite fond of the Zulus. Many of them had Zulu nannies who brought them up.
Yeah, this is the mistake.
Well, if you say so.
Well, isn't it? What's the benefit then, according to you?
I kind of like the Zulus myself, mate, to be honest. I really do.
Yeah, because they've brought such prosperity and great things to
No,
South
it's not because of that. It's because one of them saved my life once.
So it's emotional.
Yeah. And if
So
I
it's
went
irrational.
and I could go to his house, I could go to his kraal, his muzi, like white guys would call it a kraal, but the Zulu name is an umizi, which is his settlement. And you would go to this bloke who was a sergeant in the South African army, and there'd be in his huts there would be
I
one side.
would bet he would be plucked dry by his family, like all blacks who are profitably employed.
No, not true at all. Actually, you'd go to one side in his hut with the woman's side, and the other side would be the male side. You'd go and sit on them.
And how many family members relied on him?
Oh, probably lots.
That's
Probably
what I mean.
lots.
Plucked dry.
But no, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He was still, because of his position in the army, and he was an NCO. He was pretty well off bloke, and he had 2 or 3 wives, and you like
2 or 3 wives.
Yeah.
Right.
He's an African. He's not a European.
So,
Well, why does he have to be European trad?
if we are there, he conforms to our rules.
No, I don't agree. You see, I don't care.
Is it our country or his?
Well, look, he saved my life.
I don't care. Is it our country or his?
Yeah, of course you don't. I'm an Anglo, so you wouldn't care about one Anglo more or less. But
Of course not.
the point I'm making is he saved my life, and he was a good bloke. And
This sounds like totally emotional rhetoric.
And I could go and stay with him, and like you'd have all these Zulu ladies giving you beer and food and all this kind of shit, and it was kind of cool.
Yeah, sounds like emotional.
Now it's more than that.
Yeah?
We were comrades.
Yeah, so emotional then.
No, we were comrades.
Yeah, that's emotional.
You think so? All right.
Yeah. Having friends is emotional, wouldn't you think so?
Maybe.
Well, it's not logical, is it? You don't make friends out of pure logic, now do you?
No, you have to have some emotion as well.
Right. So it's an emotional thing.
It's both.
I don't think you make friends out of pure logic.
But he was my mate.
Yeah.
He was my mate.
Yeah.
Like if he had a problem, he could say to me, "Ted, could you sort this out?" And I'd say, "Yeah, I'll try."
And you still don't see the difference.
Like I said, we were mates.
So, I've got friends who are different. I still notice when they do things that I think are weird,
Well, yeah.
regardless of their race.
Yeah, I got no problem with that. But you know, a guy who is brave and your friend is your friend.
And who has 2 wives?
No, yeah, 3.
All right, 3 then.
But there was Zulu.
You don't think that's weird?
But there was Zulu girls. Why do I care about that?
Well, then either be as racist as me or just don't acknowledge it, for Christ's sake.
Well, what I'm saying is there were Zulu girls, and Zulu girls had no problem about being 1 of 3 wives. So why should I care?
Because we have standards as Europeans, and we impose our
But
standards.
he wasn't a European. So
Yes, and we impose our standards.
Well, maybe I don't want to do that as much as you do.
Then why are we there?
Because people lived there for 400
Right.
years. 400 years.
Yeah, well, they conquered the place, we can conquer the place.
What I'm saying is that European people have lived there for 400 years.
Yeah, and they didn't.
Well, okay, they might have only lived there 300 years. Fair enough.
But the
Okay.
point isn't how long anyone has been there. It's about what do we observe as an objective standard of morality.
Why do I care?
Well, are you a nihilist?
Why do I care how many wives he had if his wives
Well,
were happy?
are you a nihilist?
No, but why do I
Right.
care?
So you've
How
got an
many
idea
wives?
of, well, you've got an idea of what morality is and what should and shouldn't be about things, right? You wouldn't do that yourself, having 3 wives, would you?
Jesus, 3 fucking women. I'm not sure. No, probably not.
No, there you go. But you would accept him having it. Why? Because he's a monkey who does it?
No, because that was his culture.
Right. So then either we don't colonize him or we do colonize him, right?
I don't think it makes any difference. He can have as many
No, I do
wives.
think so. Either we enforce monogamy or we don't.
But that's not my culture.
Your culture is absolutely imperialism, though.
But it ain't monogamy.
British culture is not about monogamy.
Not my culture, personally.
You do not have such a thing as a personal culture.
Don't
No, there is
I?
a culture.
I thought I did, Faust. I'm sorry.
There is
forgive me.
no
I
such
will
thing.
immediately bow to your superior idea.
There is no such thing as an individual culture. Culture is always shared.
Listen, there is a general British culture. Sure there is.
I think you are cucking to Negroes.
Do you?
Yes.
You'd be totally wrong, but you can no.
I think
You
you are
can leave
emotionally allowing a black man to do whatever he wants just because he did you a service once.
But if I wanted to have 3 wives, I'd have 3 wives.
Well, I think you should be kicked out of society for that.
There you go. You see, I thought you'd say that because I don't agree with that at all.
Yes, well, if a majority agrees, then at least we have a civilization.
If I could get 3 wives who would get on together and wouldn't nag me all the time, I'd have 3 wives.
So you're essentially saying you're black.
No, I'm not. Not at all.
No, I do think you are in terms of values, yes.
So you don't think the ancient Greeks or the ancient Romans ever did any such thing?
They did, but not openly.
I know they did. Yeah.
But never openly. They would not
Well, I
admit that
didn't say
because
I'd
they
do
had
it.
a sense
But
of decorum.
But I didn't say I'd do it openly. I just
You
would
just
do
admitted it, so
I'd just say I would do it if I could get away with it. Yeah, I would.
Yeah, well, a civilized man would say, I would never.
So he'd lie, you're saying.
A white lie. Or, even better,
White lie?
or even better, he would tell the truth and not cheat.
But I'm not cheating. I'm just saying I'd do it if I could get away with it.
So you promote intent.
God, what do you think I'm promoting? Except
I
my
think you're
own
promoting
view.
degeneracy, philandry, and promiscuity.
There you go then. Well, we're going to disagree on that. But okay. Fair enough, Faust. If you think that, fair enough.
I think that having the standards of a Negro is unbecoming of a European. That's what I think.
But it's not the standards of a Negro. It's
No,
the
but it
standards-
is. 3 wives.
So it's not the standards of the ancient Romans or the ancient Greeks.
The ancient Romans, at least in the time you're talking about, were degenerates.
Boy, if you say so. But, yeah, okay.
Were they not?
No,
Gladiator games, killing for the sake of killing?
I don't care about gladiator games in the least.
No, clearly you don't. I don't think you have moral standards, actually.
Yeah, I probably don't, Faust. You're probably right.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, I'm an Anglo, eternal Anglo.
Yeah, it makes absolute sense. You'd sell your own grandmother for money, probably.
My grandmother, I might have done actually, but most grandmothers, no, I wouldn't.
No, maybe just for pleasure then.
No, I might have sold mine, but like, she was a bit evil, to be honest. She used to hit you on the head with the heel of her stiletto shoe. So my own particular grandmother, yes, I might have sold her.
Sounds to me like she was trying to educate you, and it failed.
Yeah, but my grandfather would have probably said, "Yeah, go on, sell her." But having said that, most grandmothers know I wouldn't, to be honest. I'm kind of quite kind, generally speaking, to women and children.
Yes, overly so, clearly.
Oh yeah, probably overly so. Yeah, I mean, you pointed out, like, as I'm an eternal Anglo with no sense of anything.
I have not actually used the term eternal Anglo once this stream. I've continued.
No, you haven't. You've been avoiding it, but
yeah,
you did point out, like, I had no sense of what was it? What was it you said?
propriety
Whatsoever. And the only thing I ever did that I cared about was killing a kid who was about 13 or 14. So there you go.
Yeah, but it was not a kid. It was a black.
You don't think there's such a thing as a black kid, then?
I don't think there's such a thing as a black human.
All right, I'm not going to argue with that one. And I disagree totally, by the way. But anyway.
Sure. But let's be honest, he'd have shot you as soon as he had the chance.
Yeah, he probably would have done, but
yes.
I was in my 30s and he was a kid.
How many men do you think? How many Roman legionnaires do you think, while conquering Gaul, stabbed children to death? Thousands.
Yeah, and I bet there were loads who wouldn't.
I bet they didn't get a choice, actually.
No, I reckon there were loads who didn't.
I don't think so, actually.
Well, I think I disagree with you on that. I think there would have been good and bad soldiers everywhere. Always.
It's not a matter of good and bad.
Yeah, no, it is, actually.
I don't think this is a matter of morality. To kill those outside your own tribe is always morally justified.
Don't agree. Sorry.
Yes, I know you don't. This is why you're no longer an empire, really, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I think if my morality was in place, Britain would still have a considerable empire, but there we go.
I doubt it.
Oh, you'd be surprised, man. I just think, do you know what Anglos do? And I suspect probably most Dutch people also.
Yes.
They tend to protect women and children.
Of their own group, yes.
Everyone's women and children. I don't disagree.
We used to enslave a lot of women and children, actually. Kill them even.
A long way from anywhere. A long way from anywhere.
You say that. Was it like... It wasn't even 1,500 years ago.
Wow. 1,500 years ago. Wow.
Yes.
Nothing, is it?
It's not nothing, but is it enough to fundamentally evolutionarily change the species? I don't think so.
I'll tell you what, Faust, I had a good mate who was a Royal Marine. And he always said that the best allies the Royal Marines ever did anything with was the Netherlands Marines. He always said they were the best soldiers that they ever did anything with, and they were almost the only ones they thought would actually not run away.
You know, no one likes our military. Not the left, not the right. We consider our military to be slaves of capitalism, basically. The only people I've never met a nationalist who wanted to join the army, or a nationalist who was part of the army.
Yeah, it's increasingly common these days.
Yeah.
I get loads of American guys saying you mustn't do it.
Yes.
I get British guys saying you mustn't do it. But then I look at all these poxy little soy boys on the right, and I try to work out how the fuck do you become a man if you don't do it?
Well, at one point, for example, we had a fight club in our group here in our Netherlands. That did okay. Unfortunately, you get the usual problems: doxing, infighting, these sorts of things. But I've never advised anyone to go into the military because you're only risking your life to kill Arabs for neoliberalism.
Yeah, you are. You're right. But you're also learning self-discipline and to be brave. And you're going to get mates that you'll keep for the rest of your life.
I maybe, hopefully, but increasingly I don't know if those two are true. They try to spread out units as much as possible in the Dutch army.
Yeah, I know. But the only Dutch guys I know are the Marines, and like the Marines have a good reputation.
And they're one of the few actually good units.
And they have a good reputation with the British Royal Marine Commandos, who are the best soldiers in the British Army. Yes. Well, actually, they're part of the Navy, but they have the best.
What was the Jonathan Bowden quote? When the Iranian Coast Guard took away the mobile phones of the British Marines, they started.
There were no Marines in that boat. They were just Royal Navy sailors.
Yeah, well.
I'm sorry, Faust.
They are English, aren't they?
No, there were no Marines in that boat.
But they are English.
And there were 2 fucking women.
Well, that makes sense.
There were 2 girls, and they were all Royal Navy. There were no Marines. No Royal Marine would have given up his firearm because it's against the Royal Marines story.
Yeah. Well, perhaps, but they were British. Those staff people.
I don't count women as British. Women are just women. They're not British.
I agree. Women aren't people.
Women are women, like in the ancient world. If you captured a town, the women became slaves, and it was just what happened. You killed all the blokes.
Yes.
And you enslaved all the women.
I found a quite fascinating. I found a quite fascinating story about chimpanzees the other day. And what?
Much the same.
Well, yes, they act like pretty much that. Chimpanzees conduct wars, and chimpanzees murder.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
And
Jane Goodall.
Yes, exactly. Yes. This was a paper by Jane Goodall from 1970 to 1974. And it was about a group of chimpanzees of 5 males and a bunch of women who split off from a main tribe. Yeah. And the main tribe murdered all 5 males over the course of 4 years, and then took in again the women, because they wouldn't murder the women, because the women are a source of reproduction.
It's what happened in the whole of the ancient world.
Yes.
In every single war. The men got killed, the women got enslaved.
And this is, of course, the idea of Roland Tomasi's famous paper called War Brides.
Yeah.
Yes. And, so never trust a woman, because a woman is always conditioned to side with the strongest partner.
How many women in Holland and France and Belgium, etc., went with German blokes for World War II? Loads and loads and loads.
Yes.
And at the end of the war, the communists and all the rest of it decided to shave off all their hair and strip them.
Yes.
And they did all this nonsense. It's just the way things go. Women will always go with the guys who are winning. This
Yes,
is why these days you get women going along with Antifa and Black Lives Matter and all the rest of it. 'Cause
and yeah, exactly.
they seem to be winning.
And this is why you should never listen to the opinion of women.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all, man. I'm no sort of feminist, trust me.
No, I'm an anti-feminist. I believe women. I would replace women with test tubes if I could.
No, I
More
wouldn't do
efficient.
that. No, I wouldn't do that because women are cute. But
I
women
don't
basically,
care.
no, basically women at home should be naked, collared, and not allowed on furniture.
Well, that's so much bother. Just have test tubes.
Nah, because test tubes are really ugly, whereas women are cute. But
I don't care. That's an emotional reason.
oh, come off it, man.
You act like the typical Anglo. You've got no logic.
No, I just think women are cute. That's all.
Yes, which is an emotional point of reasoning.
Well, if you say so, mate, I'm not going to argue with that.
That's not a point of opinion. It's a fact. The only reason you want women is because you've got a biological drive.
Yeah, they're kind of cute. Yeah.
Yeah, so suppress that.
They're decorative and stuff.
Yes, I could also get a nice vase and spend a lot less money.
Well, you or given you're a Dutchman, you could go and buy some what are those
Tulips?
Tulips, yeah, go and buy some
Yes.
tulips. Yeah. I actually think women are cuter than tulips, but there we go.
I do not care. I hate the fact that my biology makes me attracted to women because I know it's a weakness and I don't want it.
You're weird.
No, I think I am perfectly logical.
No, you're logical, but you're weird. Women
I
are.
wish more men were more logical because women are just a perverse drain on society. Look at the breakdown. You live in Australia, right? You can go to your government website and you can look up studies on the average input of taxpayers and you can break that down by sex and you will see women drain about $200,000
totally useless.
over their
Yes, I
lifetime.
agree. They're totally useless, mate. They are. Women are totally useless, but they're very cute and they give good blowjobs. So that's why.
That's not enough for me.
Well, I'm sorry, mate. I'm going to disagree. I'm an eternal Anglo, so I'll disagree.
Yes, you're an emotional figure.
Yeah,
If the Germans ruled the world, we would have test tube babies by now.
And we'd all be gay.
No, because there would be no reason to have sex.
So we'd all be gay.
No, because there would be no reason to have sex.
I think we'd all be gay, mate. I'm sorry.
No, because homosexuality is one of the most irrational. I hate homosexuals because it's completely
So
irrational.
you just wouldn't have sex at all with anyone?
Yes. That would be the dream.
And you call me an eternal Anglo. Okay.
Yes, because you are driven by passions.
No, I just think women are cute.
Yeah, which is a point of passion. Which is emotional, yes.
I'm not sure if it is, because some of it is just what's the word when you think something is pretty to look at? It's just that.
I believe that the only reason men have not discovered why God exists, colonized Mars, taken over this galaxy is because women hold us back with their bullshit.
Oh, God. Well, Faust, there on that.
We'll end it there.
No, we will, but I'm going to have to disagree with you on that.
Typical Anglo weakness.
No, women are sometimes.
It's a hole and nothing else.
Women are sometimes incredibly beautiful. They're very seldom very bright. I'll give you that. Most women are.
And why then would you let yourself be taken hostage by a woman, by a flower, by a pretty painting?
Because they're so beautiful, man.
Sounds like a retarded emotional reasoning to me.
I'll tell you something, Faust. When my late woman died,
Yeah.
I went crazy for about 4 years. Didn't know
Yeah,
what I
I
was doing.
started drinking when I broke up with my first girlfriend. I know what they can
Yeah.
do to you.
Yeah, I went a bit crazy, mate. I'd walk into nightclubs and start fights with 6 or 7 blokes. Because I didn't give a shit.
Which is exactly proof of my theory, isn't it?
No, not really, because I just
Well,
no, I
could
just
you
missed
not
her.
have spent that time more productively?
No, I just missed her.
I think you could.
No, I just missed her. I just missed her. You know, it was like she
Yes, but
was
you
she
couldn't have
was
missed her if you hadn't met her.
yeah, but she was amusing, so I did meet her, and it was cool. But she was amusing, so yeah, don't agree with her.
Hmm.
Women are cute, man. Honestly, they really are.
That's not an argument.
And sometimes they keep guys on the rails.
Hardly ever. More often than not. They derail you towards spending money, wasting things,
Possibly,
irrational
yeah.
fighting, all kinds of stupid shit. I've slept with over 30 women. I can't even keep the fucking count anymore. And I just don't think it's worth
Only
anything.
30, for fuck's sake, mate.
Well, yeah.
You gotta advance.
It's enough for me. At this point, for the last 2 years, I've decided I don't want anything to do with women anymore.
Nah, get back into them, mate. You're like
No.
find a cute one. Just
I
don't,
don't care.
no,
I
you
don't care how they look. They're
Faust,
awful. They're awful. They're
Faust,
awful beings.
Faust,
They're like trolls.
Faust. Find a good girl. Don't allow her on the furniture. Collar her and keep her naked at home.
Even then,
Nah, it's cute. When you do that, it's cute. Just don't do the normal crap that's going on now.
but
That's when
even
you
then,
get
there's no logical purpose to any of it. The only
course.
reason to have a woman is
Do
to
you?
reproduce.
Oh, come on, Faust. Are you seriously saying humans are logical?
Unfortunately, not. But that would be my goal. Yes.
No, but we're not logical. You kind of want.
Well, you Anglos certainly aren't. I agree.
No, none of us are.
The superior Germanic race is moving towards it.
I don't believe that for 1 second, mate.
Yeah, I do.
Nah, the Anglos were originally Germanic anyway. So, no, you're not right. Look, get a girl, don't allow her on the furniture, keep her naked. Keep her naked at home and collar her. You'll be all right.
No. The only thing that will happen if you do that is you'll get a lawsuit and you'll be thrown in prison for being a fucking discriminatory this or that, or I don't know what the fuck.
No, been there, done that many years. Never gonna happen. Just
But these days they're so hypersensitive about that.
No, you've just got to make sure the girl agrees to it, mate.
I don't. That's your first mistake.
Why?
You're listening to the woman.
Oh God! You have to make some sort of.
No.
You're really wrong, mate. You're really wrong about this.
No. There is no rational reason to engage with women unless your intent is reproduction. And if your intent is reproduction, let's be honest, the only reason males have an interest in females is to reproduce. If you can make that reproduction artificial, saves you a lot of costs and headache, I don't see any reason to engage with women.
Faust, the only reason I've only ever had to do with women who agree with BDSM. Unless they do, I don't have anything to do with them. But there we go.
Yeah, sounds emotional again.
It's not emotional, it's sensible.
BDSM is not logical.
Yeah, it is. It's male dominance, which is kind of.
Yeah, it's not logical.
It's trad.
You're taking it to an extreme, which is fetishism.
No, it's just trad.
The trad thing would be to kidnap the women from the next village and rape them.
Okay, so we don't go that far, but you're telling me it's extreme. All right. Fair enough.
I'm telling you, you've got the option of going all the way back to the past, which is not optimal,
No.
or you can take the way to the future, which is optimal.
Which is ignoring women totally, you think?
Yes.
Nah.
Because
no.
what benefit?
No, women.
What benefit does a woman give you?
Oh my God! Hang on, let me.
None.
Just think for a minute. Okay, Sophia Loren is my woman. What benefit does she give me apart from looking beautiful every time I look at her?
Yeah,
no,
that's not a
nothing.
logical reason. You could
Yeah,
you could get a painting.
Faust, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong about this. You are totally wrong. You're more wrong about this than anything else I've ever heard you say.
Uh-huh.
You are, and given you're a reasonably handsome, just Dutch guy.
Oh yeah, I've said that many women,
Yeah,
and that's
right.
exactly the thing.
Yeah, but you said 30.
You
said
it's not
30.
I do not do this because I'm some kind of incel and I cannot get women or whatever.
Okay, well then you need to change.
I just hate what they are. I hate their
I
hate their very psychology.
Yeah, I hate modern
what
women.
they act
yeah,
like.
all of it. I agree with modern women. Vile, absolutely.
No, not just modern women. Women in general, they're irrational beings. Aristotle had the right idea. Aristotle said they are just bleeding creatures with no rationality.
Even he was not wrong. On the other hand, I don't think he was a very red-blooded male.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've never met the guy, but I think he was probably onto something.
Fast. Hang on. We have like, see, this is what I wanted to get into with Sojo, but he fucked off.
He fucked off.
We have loads of young men watching us, and I don't like what you're saying. I have to say, I don't. It's not healthy. It's not good.
It's perfectly fine. You're just being an irrational person.
No, I'm not. No, I'm really not.
You want to subject men to giving away their personal income, their time, their happiness, their emotions towards some kind of flesh bag, which, to be honest, the only thing you're engaging with is to reproduce. If you can reproduce by other means, who cares?
Yeah, sex is bad, guys. Don't do it.
I don't care about sex.
Oh, there you go. He's weird.
It's not about sex. It's about the fact that any engagement with women is firstly a risk in the modern age. Yeah. Secondly, you only do it because of an innate biological drive. If you can supersede this innate biological drive, then there is no need to engage with the woman.
Faust, I'm going to disagree with you on this. Vastly more than I am about the German stuff. This is just wrong. All right? Women are cute. I don't think so. No, women are cute, but where men make their mistake today, and they do it all the time, constantly, is they don't run the relationship.
But why would you engage in a relationship if it is not necessary?
Because they're cute as fuck.
Yeah, sounds to me like you're just a slave to your emotions.
Oh,
you let dopamine and
I'm just yeah, right. Okay.
Sounds to me like you are, man. If a wink and a nod from some hairless chin is enough for you, that's weakness.
You're strange.
I am a perfectly rational being.
Yeah, you are. I like you, man. I think you're a nice guy. You wouldn't be on my stream if I didn't. But women are cute as fuck.
That is not an argument.
Some women are cute as fuck.
That is not an argument.
I'm not trying to make an argument. I'm just saying some women are cute as fuck.
So,
Well, run them then,
for what?
because you can.
I can also run CRISPR, not have to deal with the random selection of genetics in her womb, and deal with actual optimization.
All right. Sorry, mate, I don't agree with that. Like,
No,
women,
of course you don't. Because
Why
you're a slave
don't?
to women.
No, I'm absolutely not, mate.
Yes, you are.
No,
You let the tits and the cunt subject you.
no, I'm
Yes,
not.
you
Mate.
do.
The
Yes,
last
you
girl I knocked about with for a while was extremely cute, but she was extremely boring. And I sent her a text message in the end that said, I'm not going to see you anymore. And she said to me, you sent me a text message to break me up, break up.
Yeah, well,
But I
sure.
did that. But I just did that because she was boring. And she is boring. But,
Well,
you
doesn't
know,
that prove my point? Why
no.
engage?
I've
Isn't
got
that
very,
just a waste of time?
no, I've got very jaundiced by that stage, I have to say.
I think I am way more jaded than you.
But I'm not. I bet you're not.
No, you still believe women serve a purpose.
I still believe some women are cute, is what I believe.
Yeah.
Purpose? I never said anything about purpose.
What do you think sex is for then? Fun?
No,
A
it
very
was
conservative position.
no, it was originally for procreation.
Yes.
But to make it good for procreation, it had to be fun.
Right. So if you're intellectually able to understand the idea that reproduction is a good thing, then what's the purpose of sex? If you can reproduce in a less exhaustive and productive manner, do it that way.
Why?
Cheaper.
Why?
It's cheaper because with just cloning or reproducing genes or making an artificial embryo, you don't need a woman, and a woman is the biggest expense in these things.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna agree with this shit, man.
Yeah, I
women are
just
women are damn cute. I mean,
that is not an
I
argument.
have many arguments against women. Like they're not brain of the world.
I've had to deal with plenty of women, and my decision at one point was there is nothing a woman can offer that weighs up to just science. Just solve it another way.
I'm never gonna do that. I mean, because they're just cute, you know? I mean, even total sluts can be quite cute.
I don't care how cute they are.
Really, it doesn't.
I'm only interested in their genetics. If I can appropriate their genetics another way, I don't care about their vaginas, don't do I?
I'm gonna go to the loo. You can.
I
go
think
to the
unless someone is going to join us, we should probably call it quits. And I think he left. Well, gentlemen, do you understand that the evolution of AI is inevitable and that humanity will be superseded by a superior being over the longs of time? Inevitably, humanity will die out and something better will replace us. And really, we concern ourselves so much on the short term over race and IQ and all these things, and they are important to an extent. But let's be honest, humanity will not live forever. So, yes. Well, I guess he's not back yet. What else can I tell you? Why is the definite transformation of reproduction inevitable? Well, I would suggest reading J.F. Garapi's book, The Phenotypical Revolution, which is a good introduction to the topic, although it is, of course, not academically recognized, but it is still a good introduction to the topic. And the general idea is sort of that as we try to use CRISPR and other technological ways to improve our genetics, eventually we will start withering away our natural reproduction organs because they won't be necessary. We will be using artificial wombs, and let's be honest, Dolly the sheep was born at almost 30 years ago at this point, and cloning technology is pretty far advanced. And the only reason that we are limiting these things is ethics concerns, but technologically we can get pretty far. So artificial wombs, quite possible. Coming probably within the next 5 years. CRISPR and embryo selection will make the process of optimizing humans very efficient. And once that happens, you would not, as a parent, want to rely on the idea of natural selection, because natural selection is considerably more inefficient than just using CRISPR or using embryo selection, because you will never be able to approximate the success of these. Now, what will happen if you constantly use these technologies for reproductive success? Well, what will happen is natural reproduction will wither away because it will not be used, and what does not get used will disappear over time. And so you've got that to look forward to. Thank you. Are you back yet?
Yeah, I am back.
Alright.
What I would say is, without women, a lot of human male heroism would never have happened.
Yes. So,
I mean, imagine like with that first tune that we played about Upsum and all that stuff. Presumably, most of those Dutch soldiers were defending their town full of their wives and daughters.
well, I think the thing is, you've got to let go of all the criteria of the past, because the future is going to be radically different. And unfortunately,
No, humans won't change that much, Faust. I really don't think they will.
well, no,
I reckon if someone went near your mother or your sister, or eventually maybe your girlfriend or your wife, I think you'd be vastly more vicious than
these
you
are
would be.
micro events.
Yeah, but micro events on the world scale, absolutely, but not
Yeah.
on yours. But not on yours. I just don't think you're right.
My world does not matter when it comes to macroscope. Your world does not matter. That's the whole thing, is why are we doing these streams? Why are we talking to people? To get more people to think the same way we do. Why do we do that? Because you need a certain critical amount of mass to change thinking about anything.
Yep.
So, individually, any individual action, it's just a data point. It doesn't matter. But sufficient data points put together can make a change. It's just about how things roll, really.
Yeah, but I mean, equally, certainly from the point of view of my channel, I want people who are Anglo-Celtic to look at their mothers and their wives and their sisters.
Do you genuinely believe
and
that
their
within
daughters.
50 years, that it will still exist?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I don't know why you think that.
No, Britain will exist in 150 years.
I doubt it very much.
Well, of course you do. You're a Dutchman. But no, of course it will exist because Britain
Why
will.
not stop reproducing?
We
Um,
will fight back. We will fight back, and we will win back as we always have. As we always have.
the thing is, we've never won against technology. Never has technological progress been turned back in 2.5 centuries. That's
If
if you
anyone,
take industrial.
if anyone can win back against technology, it will be the Brits and the Anglos. If anyone can,
Right, but
we are the hardest and cleverest.
okay, let's presuppose you do. You got to attach Kaczynski pre-industrial revolution society.
Yes.
America doesn't. America continues to
Don't
progress.
give a shit about America.
Yeah, but they will give a shit about you. So America will come in with their hyper advanced bioengineered drones
So
to
we'll
make
beat
sure
them.
you
We'll beat
follow the
them. Then we'll
agenda.
beat them. Then we'll beat them.
No, you won't.
Yes,
No,
we will.
No, you won't.
Yes,
What
we will.
empire has ever survived a technological huge
There's
advance?
never been a technological revolution in an empire. Never has been so far.
The British Empire conquered Africa and India with rifles they didn't have.
But it wasn't a technological revolution.
That is a technological advantage.
Well, yeah, advantage, but not a revolution. I think Britain and the old Commonwealth nations can defeat either the communist Chinese Party or the Americans. If
I doubt both.
Well, there you go. You see, I'm an Anglo. You're not.
No.
But I think
Well, you're handicapping yourself by taking
No, I'm
technology.
not. I think we'll win. I think we'll win.
But you are handicapping yourself by saying we're not going to adapt these technologies.
I'm
Right.
not saying we won't adapt those technologies.
In that case, you're part of the race, and it doesn't matter.
We are not going to lose.
Right? But if you win using the same IA technology, you still lost because you're still going to be replaced.
Did I ever say we would do that?
Why do you think you could possibly triumph by sheer will over these things? Market forces have dominated
It's not
these.
sheer will. It's not sheer will. It's not sheer will. It's race. It's identity. And it's
Why do you think race will
and
matter?
it's
in an
courage, and
artificial
it's
world?
courage, and it's courage, and it's skill.
These are wishful thinking.
No,
These are all wishful thinking.
No.
You live in a world, my friend, where the priest and the warrior have already been defeated by the merchant. And the merchant has become more and more and more skillful of draining you of every resource you have. You and me both.
Don't
Yep.
disagree. Don't disagree.
And the merchant is not going to lose ground. And as the merchant keeps his
Don't
position,
agree.
he is
Don't
going.
agree. Don't agree.
The merchant is making sure at this point that he will never lose his position of power by genetic manipulation, by reproductive selection, by any means he can employ to ensure his position of power. He is doing it. And what do we have to offer against him? A rabble of a bunch of people complaining on YouTube and a few idiots like Donald Trump with a fucking silly haircut who say, "Oh, it's so terrible, it's made in China." These are people who do not fundamentally, philosophically even understand the problem. And we are moving towards technological dystopia at such a fucking fast pace. I mean, Facebook already knows more about you than your own family members know, according to some
Nothing
data.
Facebook knows nothing about me, all right? Not a single
You
thing.
don't have Facebook, but
No.
you are an individual data point. The point is, a too big amount of the population already does give Facebook everything. And maybe you don't use Facebook, but you do use other apps. We're using YouTube right now. YouTube is
Sure.
collecting data on us. I mean, there's so much constant data collection. We are already making sure we are going to be slaves of a techno dystopia.
No,
Yes.
no, Faust, you're not looking. I don't know what it's like in the Netherlands.
Your country is worse than mine, and even I think it's only going to get worse.
I'll try again. I don't know what it's like in the Netherlands, but in the UK, there are still plenty of warriors.
But
Many.
they have no power.
No, some of them don't have any power, but
None of them do.
and they all have force.
This is what you're suggesting as sort of the democratic utopia. The idea.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Yes,
I
it
am
is.
not a Democrat. I am not a Democrat.
Then why do you bring up the idea of a majority?
I never said a majority. I said in the UK and in most of the Anglo countries, there are many warriors. Never said a word about democracy.
And how will these warriors ever stop this system?
Because they're bigger than it and better than it, and most people know they are.
Those are abstract terms.
Yeah, you're right. They are. But it's true. And Anglo-Celtic people are a poetic people.
I will agree with you on that, yes.
Yeah, we are. We're a poetic people. We love
the people of Shakespeare and the people of
Shakespeare and Dickens and also Rudyard Kipling. We are a poetic people, and we still have a lot of warriors, and we can still win.
Every people does, and we are all still slaves to the merchants. So,
Yeah, not as much as you think, mate.
For the last 100 years, when have we
Not
ever triumphed?
Not as much as you think. You keep thinking this, but you're not right. I don't mean to be rude, Faust, but you're not right.
I don't care if you are rude. This is a particular sensibility of your people, apparently. Rudeness is good. Rudeness is directness. It's honesty.
No, I don't think that is true. I think.
Well, we Dutch are rude, and we like it that way.
Yeah, Afrikaners I've always noticed were fairly direct.
Yes.
But yeah, I just don't think.
I think you underestimate how. I will probably do a stream on this sometime discussing this more in depth, but I think you underestimate technology as a danger. Technology truly changes how humanity acts.
Yeah,
look at us. We're not face to face. I don't know what you look like.
I know what you're saying, man, and I still don't think you're right because I still think.
Yeah, I admire your hope, but no.
We have enough warriors in Britain and the old Commonwealth countries that we won't accept this, and we will change it.
Yeah, we always say that. We've said that for 100 years. The trade union said we will never accept trade.
No, I'm not a trade unionist. I'm not.
No, but that's just one of many examples. The trade unions said it. The utopians said it. The liberals said it in the 19th century. Every generation has their own people who say we will not accept this system. We will overturn this system. And the system just keeps going.
British will stop it.
If we all survive into the future, it's not that I encourage these things, you see. I do not think this is a future we should want. I do think it's a future that, at least under current circumstances, is pretty much inevitable.
No, we will stop it. We will stop it like we stopped every other bad thing.
You've never stopped any bad thing. You've been the motor of it, Anglo.
Nonsense.
Liberalism, the Second World War, the First World War, it's all been you.
Bullshit, mate. You're totally wrong about that.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
You are the engine of liberalism.
The Kaiser was an asshole. All right.
Wilhelm II, not the greatest emperor. I will agree.
Kaiser was a craphead.
But the Kaiser,
the
any
French
emperor,
Revolution,
any queen,
the French
any king.
Revolution was shit.
Yes.
And we stopped that too.
And what was it founded on? It was
Shit.
founded on Hume. It was founded on
it was founded on shit.
Yes, Anglo shit.
Well, I don't care. If it was shit, then it wasn't Anglo as far as I
But all of these ideas come from your little shitty island.
No, you mean the ninth largest island in the world, don't you, mate?
I honestly believe the fact that you are an island people and you've had this security of philosophically
That's made us weaker. Yes, you're right.
Yes.
Except
That's
for the
what
fact,
I think.
Once upon a time, we knew we needed the biggest navy in the world. Now we don't.
And what did you use that navy for? Huh? To give the Americans an empire? To give Poland to the Russians?
You're completely wrong about him.
I'm not wrong about that.
All right, Faust. I've enjoyed this stream. It's been interesting. You were
it's getting late.
You were too pissed for the second half of it, but we'll do it again when you're less drunk. All right, which I think
it's maybe
be more
Friday, I guess.
Yeah, it'd be more interesting. But it's been a good stream. Thank you very much for coming on.
And thank you for having me on. And
mate, I'd like to have you on again in the future.
Yes, again, topics are probably a good idea just to keep things streamlined. Otherwise, you get things like this.
No worries. Go on, mate.
All right. Good night.
All right, guys. I fought for a while. Fought for a while what to do to close this stream, but I eventually came up with a reasonably good idea. So here we go.
Je sens le cramer derrière.
Okay, ladies and gents, have a good evening. And tomorrow you can join us for our normal Splendid Isolation stream. Good evening.